water into wine. Yeah, you're used to every time. Take these buttons, make them shine. Me, my nasty, make it high. Oh, oh, turn this water into wine. Brave to admit, afraid if we talk, I'll let it slip. I'm not usually like this. Can't shake the feeling, something here that I can't fix. Now I break, I don't bend. Ignorance is bliss. Had no idea what I was missing then. Turn this water into wine. Yeah, you're used to every time. Take these buttons, make them shine. Me, my nasty, make it high. Oh, oh, turn this water into wine. Make them shine. Make them. Turn this water into wine. Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You will always be the deepest part of me. Heavy hearts healed in time, memories stuck in mine. Never believed I'd start again, that our search was at its end. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You'll always be a part of me. Till forever. You'll always be a part of me. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say that you will. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You'll always be a part of me. Till forever. You'll always be a part of me. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. I knew it would end this way. Writing on the wall was plain to see. Tried my best, still broke your heart. Lost the only thing I wanted from the start. All the rumors I choose. I'm a mess here, and it's all because of you. Turn this water into wine. Yeah, you're used to every time. Take these books, make them shine. Me, my nasty, make it high. Oh, oh, turn this water into wine. Brave to admit, afraid if we talk, I'll let it slip. I'm not usually like this. Can't shake the feeling, something here that I can't fix. Now I break, I don't bend. Ignorance is bliss. Had no idea what I was missing then. Turn this water into wine. Yeah, you're used to every time. Take these books, make them shine. Me, my nasty, make it high. Oh, oh, turn this water into wine. Make them shine. night breathes fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. The night breathes fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. 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 losing over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promised it's you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You will always be the deepest part of me. Heavy hearts healed in time, memories stuck in mine. Never believed I'd start again, that our search was at its end. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You'll always be a part of me. Till forever. You'll always be a part of me. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say that you will. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You'll always be a part of me. Till forever. You'll always be a part of me. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will.
Happy Saturday, everybody, and welcome to the WREC. It's the European bracket that we're taking a look at today, and we have some fantastic series. After yesterday, we saw Team Dark and Na'Vi duke it out across 3 games. Na'Vi would ultimately take the win, but game 1 looked really shaky from them. Basically an ARAM for 20 minutes. We had a mid-tower up at 20 minutes into the game, and Na'Vi would fall. Game 3, we jump all the way forward in that series, and finally they would steady the ship against Team Dark's Ashe Seraphine comp that we saw last week. But Na'Vi had found their form, and from this Varus performance, Hydro looking insanely strong throughout that lower bracket. They advanced, and it was our second series of the day between Team Queso and Zero Zone. We thought perhaps it might be close as well, but Team Queso just on another level, looking incredibly good. Methanauts, Rakan earning MVP of the series just with the engages again and again, landing those fights exactly as Team Queso needed to do to advance through the lower bracket. We go from the lower bracket to the upper bracket today. We have 4 Titans taking to the Rift. Let's get the WREC on the road.
Welcome to the official Riot Games Fabric EMEA Championship.
Everybody round, everybody round, we know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round.
Welcome everybody to the Wild Rift EMEA Championships. I am Stress, joined once again by Hell's Devil and Stuart for our games today. I think we're all excited for these games. Like, we're finally into the semi-finals of the upper bracket. Stuart, there are 4 Titans taken to the Rift. I won't put you on the spot and ask for a prediction on our series yet, but come on, this is like potentially our best day of games so far.
100%. 2 of these teams are going to go through to that upper bracket final. Both games are going to be really, really close as well. It's hard to predict, but I think our predictions will see a little bit later on that most of us are in the same sort of bracket.
Let's take a look at the bracket just to see how our teams have got here, because we've now had 4.5 weeks basically of competition to work through. And you see, we started with 16 teams, whittling our way down. We still have 6 remaining, 4 in the upper bracket, 2 in the lower bracket. Hells, when we look at our lower bracket teams, of course, we saw yesterday Na'Vi and Queso advance. There are some dream matchups here when you look at the likes of the teams playing today. Are there any teams that you think are going to find themselves in the mix down there with Na'Vi and Team Queso?
So we have like the 2 big Titans playing today, which is Gamelord and WREC, and then we have the underdogs. I hate to say it like that, but Viv Esports and Formulation Gaming, right? Like, I'm hoping to see one of the Titans in the loser bracket, right? Because I really love seeing those underdog wins. I love it, but I don't think it's gonna happen because I personally feel Gamelord and WREC are like on another level, and then I feel Queso is on that level as well, and they're in the lower losers bracket, right? But it's just gonna be very interesting to see who's gonna land there. I think it's gonna be the underdogs, but I hope not.
Well, that's the interesting thing, is one of them is going to end up down there at some point, because we only have 1 team going to Barcelona from this bracket. Somebody's going to have to drop down to the lower bracket. You saw our schedule for the day, starting off the day with Viv against Gamelord. Then we go into our second series, which is going to be WREC versus Formulation. And you can see our predictions that we put forward. I'm the only one breaking the mold, because I love Formulation's play style when I watch them play. I think I've seen WREC's falter from time to time. I don't know whether either of you have strong opinions on me going against the grain on WREC versus Formulation, but I think they can do it. I think they can pull it out.
It feels like my sort of prediction with Zero Zone yesterday. Like, your gut feeling is like, come on, we you could do it. But I think, most of us voted for Gamelord. Well, all of us voted for Gamelord. But yeah, you're the only one that wanted to be a little bit different, Stress. But we'll have to. I was right
last time. I did this. And you know what? I'm going to show you my power now when you disagree with me. Get out here, Stuart. Go, leave. Like, I'll speak to you later. Like, leave the show. See, look, don't disagree with me. I'll kick you out of here instantly. So, so we've got a few moments just to jump into some of our main topics coming out of yesterday. And I think, we discussed a lot about the bottom lane in general throughout the day, but I think Rakan really was the champion that surprised us, coming out all the way to first pickable.
Definitely. Like, we saw Rakan being picked in the beginning already, but in the beginning, I feel teams weren't really showing what they were made of, right? Like, because in the beginning, we had all these 2-0s. Some of these teams were so confident, and not everyone was picking the Rakan, but I feel now Rakan is going to be the same tier as Fiora. 100% pick and ban, because now we're getting into these more important matches, right? Like, we have the 6 best teams right now, and I feel Rakan is going to be picked every single game. There is just so many combos that you can do with it. This champion just provides so much utility to the team. The roaming, the ganking, the team fighting, everything. He has it all. So definitely top priority pick right now, Stress.
Yeah, especially as you mentioned, pairing with the Ziggs, like the damage that comes out. And we saw it to great effect with Team Queso's Methanaut earning that MVP over their win. When you look at the way that Team Queso won yesterday, that did mean we said goodbye to Zero Zone from that series. And saying goodbye to teams is never easy. I think Zero Zone, I think it is hard when you look at a team like Team Queso, how strong they were. But on the other side, Team Dark, I just feel like they never really got going to the point where of our expectations. We had high expectations for Team Dark.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest with you. As I said yesterday, like, sure they lost, but I still feel like it was a mini win because they lost 2-1, right? They actually gave Navi a really hard time, and I just feel like they really need a bit more practice with their macro game, with their drafting, because the players are incredibly good. They really showed what they were made of in that first game, right? So even though they lost, I feel like, you know, if they do a little bit more practice, they may end up a bit higher in next time. Like, I feel there is potential in that team's first.
Yeah, of course, they'll have an opportunity through the last chance qualifier. I must admit, when we heard Mario a couple of times in interviews, they were talking about the way that they scrim and some of the things that they scrim, and you know, they had different strategies. I would love to, as you said, kind of like see how they refine their practice heading towards last chance qualifier, and I think they can contend even with some of the top teams. So it's certainly not the end of the road for Zero Zone and Team Dark. We will likely see them in a couple of weeks' time. From yesterday's games to one of the most pivotal moments so far in the tournament, and it's probably the moment that's had us talking as casters for the longest time. We want to take a look back at last week's series between Control and Zero Zone with Stuart, with a segment of Smart Stuart.
Thank you very much, Jess. We are indeed looking back at Zero Zone versus Control. In this series, Control were 1-0 up, and they just won a team fight as well, and they're looking to try and push down the Nexus. But in this clip, sometimes you'll realize that sometimes it's not best to go for the Nexus. Sometimes it's best to play a little bit more passive and go and just control the game and make sure you take the objectives instead. So as we roll this clip out, you can see that there's 2 Control members in the bot side, and they're looking to try and end the game. They're going to go to the mid because you can see that there's a mid wave pushing down. So they're going to try and finish off the game in this instance. You can see E-Man uses a satchel charge. Unfortunately, mistimes it ever so slightly, which can be a pivotal moment in this. And as the minion wave gets pushed in, I want you to notice the Nexus. The Nexus is going to be golden because Control took 2 towers. This is what we call the backdoor bonus. This means that the Nexus is going to take reduced damage, but also deal damage as well, or deal more damage as well at the same time. And as we play this clip in slow motion, you can see that E-Man throws out his Mega Inferno Bomb, and he will take tower aggro. So that means that he will go down. After that, Rider Zito uses his Body Slam. He will take tower aggro. Komoto takes tower aggro as well, and Patterson is able to defend the Nexus in a 1 versus 4 situation. And after this, Zero Zone were able to take the Baron, take the team fight, and end the game, and actually end the series as well 2-1. So that's it for Smart Shoot for this week. Back to Stress and Hells to get us closer to game number 1.
Thank you very much, Stuart. I've got to admit, I think that was the first time we've actually seen that really in action and have an impact on the game, like that, the backdoor protection on the Nexus, like to the point where I was like, really? That exists? So rarely you see it kick in. But for me, I'm like, you 1,000 health on the Nexus and everybody starts attacking the Camille. Most pivotal moment, I think, for any team, because unfortunately for Control, it sealed their fate into the lower bracket, and then we saw Control lose. So it's been a rough road for them again. They're another team that we're expecting to see in the last chance qualifier, because you know, you and I, Hells, we really enjoy the way that Control play. Like, they're one of our most favorite teams to watch.
Yeah, and I gotta say, you know, a bit biased because I have some really good friends in that team. And the way that they lost is probably the worst way that you can lose. So I really hope that they can get back, right? Because the mental game, it sucks. It just sucks to lose like that, because they were winning. They were about to get the Nexus. And I feel like it was also a surprise to them, maybe, the golden Nexus, because I feel like they didn't know that that was going to be coming, right? They kind of ignored it. They were like, yeah, we can just finish anyways. And then they just screwed up, as Stuart mentioned during his segment. E-Man hitting the Camille, dying like that, and leaving the Nexus at such a low amount of HP. That just hurts a lot, Stress.
Yeah, it makes for good entertainment for us and the viewers, but as a player, that must be tragic to be in that situation. We do need to switch gears a little bit, though, because we are getting close to our first series of the day. This is our first semi-final of of the WREC. Of course, this is a 2-bracket system, so there'll be semifinals, then an upper bracket final, and then all the way at the end of the competition will be a grand final. So we're not determining who's in the absolute finals yet, but it absolutely helps to be still in the upper bracket. So let's take a look at our first two teams. It's Viv going up against Game Lords, a real underdog against Titan story in this one, because Viv, we've seen them previously in this year known as Free Team. It's Millip, Tyra's, Sharks, Krenix, and Flower. Lonely Kids, Zefta, Ruiz, Redemption, and Hester for Game Lord. And I mean, there are so many big names on here. I know that Krenix, of course, a former WREC player. We've mentioned that a number of times. But I mean, I think that's one of the areas that Viv maybe could look to activate into the game, because while Redemption and Hester are good, I think like Krenix may very well be a strength for Viv in my mind.
Yeah, definitely. And what I want to point out as well is they've swapped out the support, which used to be Ryu, which was an incredibly good player, by the way. And I know that he's a substitute. He's told me like he doesn't want to commit fully to the team, but he was this good already. And now they've put a new support named Fleur in. How good is this guy going to be, right? Like, how good is this guy going to be if you substitute Ryu out for him? And then indeed, combined with Kranix, I feel like Viv Esports bot lane is going to be incredibly powerful. And that's what our eyes are going to be put on.
Yeah, I was really impressed by both Ryu and Flower when we saw them kind of week 1 and 2. We saw a bunch of Viv. It has been a little while since we've seen these teams, so we'll have to see what their practice actually comes back and shows, because the meta's shifted just a little bit, and I want to see where Redemption and Hester can find themselves in that bottom lane. I think we can't underestimate how good Game Lord are, even though this week I think at times they looked a little bit shaky in the Purge tournament. And maybe to hear a little bit more about somebody who was casting all of those games, Stuart, what are your key points for this series between Viv and Game Lord?
Yes, Stress, I think you and Hells mentioned it already. The battle of the AD carries down in dual lane. Redemption versus Kranix is going to be such a crucial moment, I think, in this series. We're going to see a high priority on Corki because Redemption is very comfortable on Corki. And actually during this week as well, Kranix has been playing a lot of Vayne. So don't be surprised to see maybe a Vayne or two in this series. And then we're going on to the supports as well. At the start of the day, both Stress and Hells mentioned about Rakan and engaged supports. Heste is one of the best engaged supports in the game, and Flower's not too bad either as well. So making sure that the Rakan priority is there as well. And sometimes Flower likes to go back to the Janna with the Vayne in the dual lane as well. And then we talk about advantage to Game Lord. They did play against each other during this week. Game Lord did win 2-1, but it was a very, very close series. So let's take a look and see if history repeats itself. Back to Stress and Hells to get us into game number 1.
That is my favorite thing about the teams playing each other earlier in this week, is now you're like, was anybody saving a strat? Because with all respect to the competition that happened in the week, of course, there was an open qualifier, I should say last chance qualifier spot on the line. Obviously, everybody wants to be getting to Barcelona, right? So if you're in an upper bracket matchup and you know you're going to be facing your opponents this weekend, you may very well just save a few things for that and wait to bust it out today. So I'm looking forward to our first draft of the day and seeing where we're going to go. I think, that Rakan for Hester is an absolute priority for Game Lord. We'll see whether they end up on the blue side or the red side. I believe they'll be starting on the red side for game number 1. That is the case. We're into the first draft. Viv versus Game Lord. We're going to see Yuumi priority. We're going to see Fiora priority. Ziggs and Rakan have a lot of focus here in Europe as well.
Exactly, as Stress just said, yeah, like we can expect those bets. And as you said as well, the Corki ban, right? Like not all of the teams like the Corki a lot. We've seen Corki, I believe Corki has a 100% pick and ban rate in NA. And in EU with some of the teams, it's the same basically. As you said, right. Redemption, for example, he really loves that Corki. And indeed, Viv Esports doesn't want to deal with that. They just ban it out. And we're seeing some bans that we always see as well. Olaf, we can expect the Fiora, we can expect the Rakan, the Ziggs. These are probably all champions that are going to have a lot of priority within these teams. Stress.
Yeah, it's funny about the Olaf. Yesterday we saw Vex from Na'Vi actually struggle on the Olaf to get into the fights. I think the composition let him down a little bit. There's the Rakan ban that we were talking about, and I'll give the credit. You're giving me the credit. I'll give the credit to Stuart for that Corki ban on the Redemption. He's the one that's had his eyes on those games fixed on multiple, and they're the Vayne. I mean, Stuart couldn't have set this up any better. I mean, smart Stuart was about macro, but he's apparently like nailing this draft before we ever get into it. So that is going to leave a few other picks picks available, right? That's going to leave Ziggs for now up. Fiora is up. Camille will be up. Jace will be up. Set will be up. Darius will be up. Garen will be up. Gragas will be up. Like, there's a lot of picks still available is what I'm trying to get to. Like all of those I wouldn't be surprised to see picked in some kind of way through this first rotation of the draft.
Yeah, and it seems like not only Stuart did his homework on Viv Esports, Gamelord did it equally as well by banning out that Vayne indeed, because we don't see a lot of Vayne bans. It's definitely a target ban, because even though Vayne is one of the best champions in solo queue, right, and in duo queue, in competitive it can be a little hard because Vayne doesn't have the range, Vayne doesn't have the ability to push out waves as fast, and she needs to scale into the late game. But Viv Esports had practiced it a lot, and that's why Gamelord banned it out. So even though Galio is banned, we are still seeing some priority on the Camille. Lee Sin is still open, however, and we know how dangerous Zefta can be on the Lee Sin stress.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is kind of like what I would coin as a bruiser trap in the draft here. When we've got a Varus ban and a Corki ban, Ziggs shoots up in priority right now when you look at it for Gamelord. Like if you take the Ziggs here and force Viv onto something a little different, that could be a way that you kind of picked up that bot lane carry and you've in one way won the draft, at least on the bottom half of the map for now. It's going to be the Gragas. We know it flexes on red side incredibly well. There's basically 4 roles that it can go to. So not too surprising to see that. I mean, in Wild Rift, I wouldn't even be surprised to see somebody try and force it into a bot lane carry, but we'll do that if ever it gets there. Fiora is the pickup, likely going to Zefta, but it could be Lonely Kid as well.
Yeah, and these are some very big power picks on Gamelord. And the beauty is as well, we love seeing that Gragas first pick, because as Stress mentioned, you can play it anywhere. But same with Fiora, you can play it in the jungle, you can play it in the Baron lane. You can even pull off a mid lane Fiora if you want to, but basically, Viv Esports doesn't know what they're up against. And right here, Viv Esports actually picks up the power pick Ziggs. And I want to say, Ziggs Camille is a beautiful combination. And the reason is because of Camille's Hextech ultimatum. When Camille engages with her ultimate, Ziggs can throw his ultimate right on top of it. Obviously, we're going to have the problem of the stasis enchants. And we talked about this before. Like, stasis is such a broken enchantment. But like, that's basically the whole counter that Gamelord needs against that combination of Viv Esports. But still, you have an amazing combo in your team. Is Gamelord going to be able to deal with that? Now,
good question. I've just noticed Yumi's up. I mean, not necessarily for this rotation of the draft here. That's an Orianna. This is something that you were talking about before the broadcast, actually. You're a big fan of Orianna, and I'll definitely give you some time to talk about it in-game, but of course picks up that bottom lane carry alongside it. Now we go to the second phase of the draft. Supports, neither team has really picked one up. Gragas could be down there. We, of course, have seen the Rakan banned out. A lot still available, though.
Yeah, as I said, like, I love the Orianna pick, and I feel Orianna is one of those champions that you can pick to counter out the Ziggs, because even though Orianna doesn't have quite as much range, she can out-damage Ziggs, basically. She has the damage also in the late game. Like, she's one of the only champions, you know, we mentioned Varus can do the same with the poking, but Orianna can do it as well. She can poke right back at the Ziggs and do an insane amount of damage. Now, it seems like Gamelord is betting out the Janna, so Gamelord is expecting an ADC, attack damage carry, to come through from Viv Esports, because we've seen Chronix, right? Like, he loves the Kai'Sa, he loves playing Vayne, he loves playing the traditional ADCs as opposed to the Ziggs. So I feel that Viv Esports may put the Ziggs in the mid lane and still pick out an ADC for Chronix. But as you said, Yuumi being banned away as well. So both teams are still expecting ADCs to come through, even though they've picked the Orianna and the Ziggs.
I think from Viv's side of things, maybe they also saw Vex's Gragas with, I think it was Vex, with the Yuumi on it already, that just like one-shot people from the jungle role. That's another opportunity with that AP. Jack's banned out away here. That's to hit the jungle pool a little bit from Viv. Noticing with both of these supports and some of the other bans, like, there's also disengage being taken out. Like, Janna is one of those great disengage champions, and when you get jumped on, you can push people away. I don't really see where that was going from Gamelord's side of things, because if anything, when you're running an Orianna, it kind of helps to have some of that disengage as well, because she struggles if she has no flash, and for instance, a Camille jumps on her.
Yeah, and Orianna also does pretty well into a Janna. I just don't quite understand why Gamelord banned out the Janna. I feel that it may just be a power pick from Fluor perhaps, but I don't understand it personally, because as we said, right, like, Game Lord could have used the Janna potentially, but
now you're saying that. Now you're saying that, I'm having flashbacks to, I think it was week 2 when Floor was setting up engages with, I think it was Zefta or Lonely Kids Gragas, where it was like the Janna tornado into the Gragas flash, and it was super, super strong. That may very well have been Sharks. I know it was one of these two teams who were actually playing that. Yeah, of course it would be on that side of the map is Viv. That game was a really impressive performance between Janna and Gragas. So no surprises now that I've thought about it a little bit more. Viv will take the Vi. So again, this is everything about getting onto the Orianna or potentially even the Fiora the later the game goes if you need to lock her down, even though she will have that riposte.
Yeah, definitely. Vi, I love that pick because it's a single target champion. She does a lot of single target damage. And with the Garen, and now they picked the Braum up as well. But then with the Garen, with that Camille Ziggs combination that we have, basically Viv Esports is looking to blow up one champion from Gamelord instantly with that combination, instantly. Because Vi Ziggs is also a good combination, right? You ult with Vi and then you throw the Ziggs bomb. And it's going to be interesting to see what Gamelord is going to be picking to counter this. And indeed, the Janna would have been pretty good here to take away a champion, but they go for the Zed, and I was talking about this. I love to see the Zed. This is just this is a crowd favorite, right? And the reason they picked Zed right here is because Zed can dive on the Ziggs, and I feel that Gamelord has done an amazing job countering out that Ziggs, because even though Ziggs is a really good power pick, the champions that Gamelord have really like enables their composition and allow them to counter that Ziggs, right? Gragas with the ultimate, Fiora with the engage, Orianna with the counter damage, Zed with the engage. Just they have it all, Stress.
Yeah, the Game Lord brought a lot of options here. That's the way that you kind of work around a single damage focus from Viv, where it's just like, okay, we blow up one person. Well, now you bring a second threat, right? You put the threat onto the carry from Viv. So Kranix's Ziggs is going to be under a lot of threat for the majority of this game, and he may not have a whole lot of frontline. It's only really going to be Floor that's there in order to keep him safe. So early Stasis Buy is going to have to come out in this game from Kranix in order to shut down Ruiz on this end. And I mean, it's Ruiz. Saying it there, I don't know how I didn't pick up on it earlier. Like, Ruiz has played this champion so many times when we look at the competitive history of last year. It's one of those picks that we come to expect from Ruiz. So I would say, like, Gamelord have a lot of tools here to really punish Viv if Viv can't get those engages to start for them correctly. And then there's a Fiora. There's always a bit of a wild card that if Fiora gets ahead, I wouldn't be surprised to see them run away with it.
Yeah, I definitely feel that Gamelord won this draft, and they've just done such a good job counter-picking the composition of Viv Esports. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Viv Esports is going to keep that Ziggs safe, because their whole composition kind of revolves around the Ziggs, because they have a lot of bruisers, they have a lot of engage, but the big sustained damage, and the burst damage is going to be coming through from the Ziggs. So indeed, it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to be able to save out that Ziggs in this game.
Wow, Ruiz, that's some confidence right there. Walks right into a spinning Garen and a Braum. I was going to say that the lane matchups, I feel like probably are not that easy for Ruiz, regardless of which one it was, whether it was Camille or Garen. So like, I don't expect Ruiz to be getting kills in this lane, and it might be a struggle to push out early on. However, he's going to be able to match a little bit of that roaming that Sharks is trying to do early on. The votes in chat, unsurprisingly, going towards Gamelord. I think, we've picked up Gamelord quite a lot over the last few weeks of how strong they've been and how impressive. Sharks actually drops low. I might just be completely wrong about this. Those electrocute changes have made Zed that little bit more potent.
Yeah, definitely. The thing is, though, as you said, right, like Garen and Camille all do really well into Zed, but Ruiz didn't pick Zed to win his lane. Ruiz just picked the Zed to assassinate Kranix, right? And we both know that. And but I still feel it's a smart pick, even though he's probably going to be struggling in the lane. Even though Zed is still quite powerful because he's up against a Garen, it's still going to be a worthy pick because he can pretty much. He doesn't really care about the Braum because he's Zed. He can just dive right behind the Braum. And then he's going to go on the Ziggs. And I feel that's the whole point of it. So it's going to be interesting to see how Ruiz is going to play out his lane. And if he's going to be able to actually out-rotate the Garen as well. Because Garen has some very good wave clear too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just stands in the wave, spins, and then like he'll get a bunch of movement speed running to the other lane, depending on how he uses his abilities. I like this roam from Ruiz, though. This is good timing because they actually forced Flower out of lane for quite a while. When I say forced, Flower was able to roam towards middle lane. So Gamelord are just poking. They're like, oh, is there an engage on in bottom lane? Okay, no, we have to back away. But they do get some vision control on the back of that red buff. So it's going to be able to spot Tyra's out. Tyra's hasn't shown his face basically this entire game so far.
Yeah, and if we look at Tyrus, actually, he's already 400 gold ahead. He's now going for the gank because what Tyrus did is he just cleared out the entire jungle, got level 5, and he's gonna go for the gank here.
Yeah, here comes the ultimate. Very early timing as Lonely Kid forced to flash into the bush, gonna try and juke his way out. Zed ultimate's gonna come through. Tyrus should be able to survive through that one, no problem. Really well played. Power farming through the jungle, make it work with that first gank.
And I absolutely love how Tyrus did that because he just kind of ignored the game. He got to level 5, then he did a sneaky little gank in the Baron lane, and the timing was just perfect. Milup went for the engage, and I want to highlight how good this was, by the way, because Milup went for a losing fight. He purposely went for a losing fight. So Lonely Kid thought, yeah, that's a free kill, but then Milup flashed away and at like 5% HP, and then of course Tyrus with the Vi ultimate destroyed Lonely Kid right there. He was even able to force out the flash, and right now Tyrus is ahead by a lot. He's even going for the conditioning rune. So getting that early game advantage, and he's going to be tanky in the late game as well, is going to be really, really big for VIV Esports right there. As we can see, 600 gold ahead already, and honestly, look, the game is starting to look pretty good for VIV Esports right now, Stress.
Yeah, VIV even quicker on the rotation here. They knew that they had the timing to get Ziggs back and then into middle lane now before Orianna ever will be able to recall. That's the kind of engage out of Milup that's only really going to work once in this series, but it's already had the effect that it does. I really feel like Lonely Kid's like, why the hell is he engaging into me? And then you go, oh no, wait, we haven't seen Vi. She's level 5 and she's already ulting you out of the bush. Like, I don't think in game 2 or game 3 the same thing is going to happen, but that is absolutely what VIV needed to do to start this off. We hadn't mentioned really that it was Lonely Kid on that Fiora as opposed to the Gragas. So trying to shut down that carry out of the Baron lane, I think is a worthwhile time investment there as well, because Lonely Kid on Fiora can be devastating in the late game. And if they can put him behind early on, that's a great start.
Yeah, definitely. And I was going to say Tyrus can get a Trinity Force right now if he goes back. But he decides to actually stick with the Infernal Dragon, which I personally don't really like. I feel like VIV Esports would have done a bit better if they stalled a little bit, but it seems like they're just going to get it for free, actually, because Milup is defending the Rift Herald, and I don't think he's going to be able to. But if he's going to be able to, then this is going to be huge, Stress.
Yeah, they're going to try and steal it with the Ziggs ult. Can't quite get there, although they are closing the distance quite quickly here. Milup goes in, doesn't quite get it on the steal, but he's bought time with that Hextech ultimatum to try and lock him in place. Can't quite find the rest of the crowd control, but I mean, Milup is doing a really good job of at least like trying to keep Game Lord on the hook. In goes the Assault and Battery under the tower. Now Tyrus might be thinking second about this. Blast Cone out. Ooh, didn't get him over the wall. That's actually kind of devastating, but Ruiz was there anyway if he'd have picked it up. I think it ends up being the right call here from Tyrus, just able to sneak away. So Dragon went over to VIV, Rift Herald went over to Game Lord. No other kills really followed.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel that VIV Esports could have gotten a bit more out of it by trying to force a 5 versus 5. Because if they had just wasted a little bit of time, as I said, Tyrus had enough gold to get that Trinity Force, which is a huge power spike, by the way. So even though this is fine for VIV Esports, we can actually see that Game Lord came out on top because of this. They actually closed out the gold gap. And right now, Tyrus wasn't actually able to utilize his early game power spike that he got. Because if he had gone back, he would have gotten the Trinity Force, and Gragas would have not have had a single item yet. So even though this is fine, they have the Infernal Dragon. I feel that VIV Esports could have gotten a little more out of that, Stress.
Yeah, it's pretty significant that that gold gap has closed. I mean, Vi is one of the champions that towards the end of the game really is reduced to just her ultimate being the usefulness. Whereas like Gragas, he has the flash body slam, he has the ultimate himself, like he's very, very like quick to get fight started or even disengage. Vi can only engage. She doesn't really do anything else. So if they can't find the engages onto Redemption, who I imagine will be picking up stasis fairly quickly in this game in the same way that Krenix will, like suddenly you're going to run out of targets or at least viable options to get yourself into the fight.
And we see that Krenix is going for the Luden's Echo, which is a really solid first item. But what I personally want to see from Krenix is an Archangel Staff, which goes into the Seraph's Embrace, because the composition that he's playing against is a hardcore diving composition. We talked about it during the draft, right? It's basically a composition that says, kill Ziggs. So Ziggs is obviously going to need a Stasis Enchant, but then also a defensive item like the Archangel Staff would do really well. And we can see that Redemption on the Orianna has actually already picked up the Archangel Staff. And this is a bit of a better item on Orianna. He actually also went for the Stasis by the way. So he's immediately really going for a defensive build right there.
And that's exactly it. As soon as Vi hits the next ultimate, if Tyrus hasn't checked the items, that's going to put Vi right into the fight and they'll get nothing from it. Like the Orianna will just stasis, flash away, has the exhaust, like a lot of safety on this Orianna that we will talk about throughout this game. Game Lord going to try and land that Aqua Prism. They do, and there's a great tidal. I was going to say great tidal wave. It was a great barrier to actually block it. And that's one of the strengths of Braum into that tidal wave from Nami is he just does so much work saying no more waves. I have got the perfect flood defenses.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday, right? The Braum blocking out, Xiao and Braum blocking out the Seraphine engage, but we have another engage!
Can't block that one. Rift Herald's going to charge as well. They pick up a kill, pick up the first turret of the game, and this is the problem is Game Lord, I think their composition is now in that stage where it does really well at deflecting what Viv want to do.
And I really love how Redemption basically went for the combo that you talked about. I don't remember if you mentioned it on the broadcast, but basically, Stasis Enchant, and the exhaust. And to top it off as well, he has that Archangel staff as well, which builds into the Seraph's Embrace. So if anyone gets Redemption at a low amount of HP, he still gets that bonus shielding. So how the hell are you going to kill Redemption right now from Viv Esports side?
Yeah, that's a great question. And to kind of key some of the viewers in there, perhaps, because it was an off-broadcast discussion that we were having. So we were talking about the strengths of Orianna, how she has a shield, she has mobility, she has crowd control, big damage. If you take exhaust and then stasis, as long as you have your flash available, you can play with this confidence that no one can kill you. And as long as you understand where you can take fights and where you are too far extended, she's a really difficult champion to punish in general. And that's what Redemption is doing very well in this game. He's 0 deaths now. I hope I haven't cursed him on this game, but generally Orianna is a pretty hard champion to kill.
I'm looking at something else right now, which is really, I cannot believe that it's being built right now, which is Heste. He has a Luden's Echo on the Nami stress. He has a Luden's Echo. Now, this is what I call aggression, because never mind. The obvious call would be to go for the Staff of Flowing Waters on Nami, right? It's really good to pair up with the Orianna, but he actually is like, screw it, I'm gonna carry myself.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to bring... I don't know too much about that. I'm just going to leave that and see how the Nami actually does. Credit to Zefta, because when that Ziggs ultimate appears, I think most people panic and try and rush down the objective. Whereas Zefta's like, there's no way it's going to do 1,000 damage right now. I'll just hold, I'll let the damage go and smite it after. Like, so many people would panic in that situation that Zefta knows exactly what he's got to do.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the experience that comes with playing Wilder Fight. Zefta knows exactly right now Ziggs cannot steal it. I'm just going to wait and I'm going to get it. And Game Lord doesn't really mind Viv Esports getting the Dragons because they're going for the Rift Heralds. Although they've only really gotten a Baron lane turret out of it. And I feel the next Rift Herald is going to be put in the mid lane. We've seen in previous games how important the mid lane is, but here they're going to be going for Ruiz.
Yeah, Ruiz can't defend this tower alone, and now Ziggs has already got back into that middle lane. Kranix's ultimate is back available once again. Zefta's going to try and rush this down. They need to put about 500 damage down onto this tower. With Braum there, that's going to be really difficult. That's the one thing about Orianna is the shockwave does come out, is she is low range. She can't really punish it, and that's actually going to be Lonely Kid jumping forward, overextension potentially, as they haven't been able to get that tower. They've thrown everything at it, and here's the damage down. They forced Redemption to flash away. He's used the exhaust. He's used everything that he's got to defend, and that means now Sharks can get into the back line, but he's dropping low as well. Redemption ever so close to dying, and all of the defensive tools used. 300 health on that mid lane tower. Ziggs still stands as Kranix can clear the waves, and I think Game Lord probably have to reset here, back away, and try this play again in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and I just mentioned it. Game Lord is very likely going to go for the mid lane turret, but that was not the play right there, because as we look into the replay, they put the Rift Herald on the mid lane turret while there is a Braum defending. Braum with a beautiful ultimate right there, and Lonely Kid just getting caught like that. Easily dies, and this is just not the engage that Game Lord was looking for. They should have waited a little longer, because now they don't even have the mid lane turret, and they wasted the Rift Herald, and we shouldn't forget that they gave away 2 dragons for this stress. They gave away 2 dragons just to be able to get 1 Baron lane turret, by the way. And Viv Esports has gotten a Dragon lane turret as well, so I feel that like they've kind of screwed up right there. Like, sure, it was a good call to go for the Rift Herald, but they don't even have the mid lane turret. And if you have these champions like Ziggs and Orianna, the mid lane turret is going to be very important, because Ziggs can basically stand under the turret and keep throwing those bombs. Same story with Orianna, so right here they don't have an advantage.
Blue buff pass over as well, over to Ziggs. Now they're going to try and get towards the top lane as Ruiz is going to be forced to flash away as the Mega Inferno Bomb came out. Is that an opening now for Zefta to try and push mid lane? I don't think so, because Ziggs is right there. And this is why we talked about Ziggs coming back into the European meta. Why he's back with a boom is it's so hard to move him out of this middle lane that Viv know that they have control over this entire middle section of the river, or at least they're not threatened. One thing I think that Viv do have a problem with is they're not able to push out too far in their lanes, and they haven't taken mid lane tower either. So for Viv, it's going to be a bit of an odd game, and trying to find picks on Redemption or even on the side lane as this Lonely Kid now going aggressive against Sharks. Sharks is going to have to back away with that tower still up. He has the safety there. I feel like this game may slow down in a couple of seconds time because it's kind of hard to actually make these players work. The rest of Viv are coming down towards the bottom lane. That's a good Nami ult. That extra AP helping out a little bit there as Game Lord picking a kill.
That was insane. They just destroyed Tyrus right there. Tyrus really struggling on the Vi. He did good in the beginning, but now he's really starting to struggle with the Vi because he's just constantly getting caught out by Zefta's ultimate and other abilities like that. And I'm honestly curious what Miloop decided to build because I feel like he may have a dead stance.
Double stasis party in the top lane as Miloop is having to back himself away. Ruiz had to stasis there. Yeah, I mean, Tyrus, we mentioned a little bit on this Vi, is like, especially when you go to Trinity Force, you're looking for that single target kill, and then hopefully the rest of the team can do enough. You don't have the tankiness to really survive if you end up in the middle of everybody else, at least not on 2 items. But Redemption, his flash is back available, his exhaust is up, his stasis is as well, I believe. Zig's ultimate comes through. Once again, it's a little bit early, but they're trying to contest this objective. Flash out from Nami, but Game Lord just back themselves away again. If Viv can force mid here, this might be worth it for them.
This might be worth it for them indeed. Gamer did get a dragon, but here Viv should be getting the turret.
Tyrus flashed in, did not commit the ultimate as they know that Zed would just shadow away. The tower falls, that's a big pickup for Viv. Explosive Cask is going to knock Viv away. I think it was an attempt at an engage, but Game Lord don't quite find it.
So even though Game Lord has a really good late game composition, they got the dragon and everything like that. Viv Esports did get that mid lane tower, which has proven worthy. Ooh,
yeah.
He doesn't go for the full engage, but it has proven worthy a lot because right now Viv Esports can push away Game Lord, and Game Lord basically cannot run away. If they run away, they have to go all the way to the tier 2 turret. So this is a massive advantage for Viv Esports.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. I mean, they're just going to tank it up and go for it while Ziggs is nowhere near. And even without the minions, they're going to be able to take that opportunity. That's smart from Game Lord in the sense of like, you have to break that tower, otherwise you end up in a real tough situation. This is basically a game of Ruiz trying to put damage down and bait out Kranek's like stasis and some of the defensive capabilities in the same way that Tyrus is trying to do it from Redemption, and neither of them are likely to get any kills. The thing about that is Ruiz can still do a lot of damage, whereas Vi has to actually kind of like take a one-way trip into a fight, and typically that's something that Tyrus is going to regret if he ends up in a situation where he's taking damage from multiple members of Game Lord.
Yeah, definitely. And just like Redemption, Chronix also has that exhaust for the same reason. If Zed goes on him, he uses the exhaust. By the way, quick thing that I want to mention, Zefta has 3 items right now.
Well, that makes him a pretty powerful spot, but that's a good first pick-off for this fight. Lonely Kid is still down towards the bottom lane. Are they actually going to turn to this Baron? I don't know that they can contest it, as Sharks is going bottom lane. So Viv don't get much more than 1 pick from it. It's good and they get vision control, but it's not a game-breaking pick-off for them.
Definitely, also because they use 3 ultimates to just kill away Heste. Game Lord still has all of their ultimates available, so indeed, you just cannot engage as Viv Esports. And as I said, Ziggs is going for the Seraph's Embrace, but he doesn't have it quite yet. And if you look at Oriana's build, actually, she has 3 items already, including a Rabadon's Death Cap and a Void Staff, and that is huge stress. This is huge. Game Lord has a lot of damage up in their arsenal right now.
Yeah, I think the one thing that is going to show its potency is if you get that multi-person shockwave. That's where that Oriana damage comes in one burst, and then she just starts hitting you with the ball. Just all the way through the fight, starts getting that AoE damage down. And for Game Lord, they have a considerable amount of damage. Viv do have some tankiness to them, though, with this Garen, with the Camille, with the Braum. I'm a little worried for them, though, that Kranix is the only primary source of damage. Like, this Ziggs has to stay alive and has to take out every single member of Game Lord, pretty much.
Exactly, and that's where you need the Seraph's Embrace for. And the team fights are going to be so funny to watch. I can already tell, because Game Lord is probably going to be like, all right, go on Ziggs, go on Ziggs. They're all going to go on Ziggs. They're going to shoot the Nami ultimate, but then Viv Esports obviously has Fluor on that Braum, able to block out those engages from Nami, but he cannot block out everything, right? He cannot block out the Zed. He cannot just block out the Fiora. So it's going to be interesting to see how Viv Esports is going to hold Game Lord back.
Yeah, as actually Fleur is going to go forward. They forced the stasis out from Zefta. That's an immediate kill onto Hester. They found their one target. They said, okay, if we can't get ourselves the Orianna, we'll just take what we can with the Nami. But Lonely Kid is into the point of the game where Fiora can do damage. The Grand Challenge completes and Lonely Kid gets a little bit of his health back. It's actually been a 2-for-2 overall. And that Orianna still has everything but the ultimate available, as that means Gamelord are going to be able to block the attempt towards this Elder Drake. I wonder if our observers can pull up the items for just a moment. I know we have only a quick moment before this next Elder Drake fight, because I want to see who's got teleport available. I think that becomes very key when we have like the likes of Fiora in a game.
There it is.
Teleport actually purchased
teleport.
right away by Zefta. They know that they want to rush down this dragon, and without having teleport on Lonely Kid, that makes it really difficult. Oh, he actually undid it. Zefta undid the teleport buy and went back to stasis. Okay.
Unbelievable. 7 stasis enchants in this game. Honestly, I hate to say it, but I'm sick and tired of seeing stasis enchant. Everyone is using stasis enchant to just counter engage. And right now, Ziggs does have the enabled build, which is the Seraph's Embrace. Ziggs and Orianna basically have the same things available, as in like the same defensive tools, the exhaust, some defensive abilities, and the Seraph's Embrace. Although Orianna does actually have more damage than the Ziggs. Even though Kranix on the Ziggs has that Luden's Echo, which is going to do a lot of damage to squishy enemies. That's how they were able to blow up Heste every time. Redemption is going to be able to shred through that front line with the Void Staff stress.
Oh, Ruiz may very well have been caught by Millip. And of course, Camille is also going to have damage this late in the game as well. Camille just generally has damage and will be able to apply it, but has to throw herself into the fight just in the same way that Tyrus does. Kranix actually just sent out the ultimate. I think he maybe had seen Gamelord grouped, but looking at the health bars, they're still very, very high. Did not burn a flash from it either, so big ultimate used from Kranix. But it's already a third of the cooldown back. Like, this Ziggs ultimate is nearly available again.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about earlier as well. Like, Ziggs can get away with using ultimates like that, but he didn't really make it worth. As Gamelord is full HP right now, Gamelord should have instantly tried to look for a fight, because obviously without the Ziggs ultimate, you have a massive advantage as Gamelord, but it's going to be up in a few seconds anyways, Trez.
Yeah, both of these compositions don't really lend themselves to, starting this fight unless you spot a weakness from your opponent. Sometimes we just see teams like forcing a fight. That was a better ultimate, as it's going to chunk through some of Gamelord's health bars. And I think the fact that we have this Camille down in the bottom side is going to buy a little bit of time for Viv. I think both teams only have one sweeper, or at least Gamelord did the last time I checked. And it means there's so many wards just scattered around that nobody is willing to take a dragon. Nobody is willing to start a Baron. It's kind of suicidal at this point. Finally, Tyrus is going to sweep. Yeah, one sweeper apiece. It means that there's just so many wards still on the area that Gamelord, they have vision of Viv and Viv have vision of Gamelord.
Well, Gamelord doesn't have vision on Viv anymore after that sweeper. That was an amazing sweeper by Tyrus, just sweeping away 3 wards right there. And now Viv has a massive advantage. Massive, massive advantage. And oh my god, that damage, Threz.
Hester is going to need to heal Redemption up before this fight. And I mean, there is a little bit of time here as Millip is topside. I believe doesn't have a teleport, as everybody in the game had something else. That's a good body slam onto Sharks. Is going to at least put some damage down. Mid lane, they're cutting into it. And this is where Camille can utilize some of that mobility. And they didn't even need it as the minions pushed it down. Gamelord kind of getting torn apart a little across the map by Viv. And now Viv are going to start up that Elder Drake for themselves. It's Cloud. So we normally see teams contest this very hotly. In comes the Camille from the side. And Gamelord out of position. An unlikely mistake from Gamelord is going to punish them hard, because Viv have taken out 2 members of Gamelord to start this. And it's only Lonely Kid, Ruiz, and Hester forced to flash away. I think this is probably game 1 in the bag for Viv. If they can get these last few kills, it should be enough time to push down or at least get an objective. But Gamelord, Lonely Kid, they've got this Fiora. He's just so low health, and it looked for a moment like he was going to be able to turn it back around, but Hester could not keep him alive. Ruiz couldn't join the fight on such low health either, and Gamelord, they lose 3 and they lose the Elder Dragon.
And I was just gonna say, Viv Esports is not doing this dragon, they're just baiting the enemy, because they have that Ziggs and the Camille, which is a full engage, and now we get a desperate teleport.
Ruiz is going to try and block it, gets the shadow out. Can he get out with his life? It does seem like he can for now, as Ruiz has got Sharks. It's going to be the execute as soon as Garen's ultimate is available, but it's not there. Deathmark to try and create some space, and he actually does it. Ruiz has managed to get himself out. The dragon is still getting taken. It's going to go over to Viv. It's taken in the end. Garen's going to pick up the kill onto Nami, but a last-ditch attempt by Ruiz and Hester may at least have stopped Viv from transferring dragon right into Baron.
By law
Yeah, and Viv Esports doing an amazing job playing that composition fully to their powers. And if we look into this replay, I wish we would have been able to look a little further back. But basically what happened, Viv Esports was just doing the Elder Dragon, baiting the enemies from GameLord to go in. And then we saw the Orianna and the Gragas go a little too deep. And then what did Viv Esports do? Camille engage. Ziggs ultimate, just fully engage on those two champions, forcing out the stasis and getting 2 kills before the fight had even really started. Just an absolutely amazing job from Viv Esports right there, baiting the team from GameLord.
We're back in, and that's the jungler. Tyra's down, as maybe GameLord have done enough to stop the Baron. It all depends on whether this Camille can get into the fight. Lonely Kid is going to be able to stasis or at least riposte her way through this fight. But here comes Millip. Millip is going to clean up. That's everything that Viv need. It's a double kill as Ruiz drops. Redemption is down as well. Lonely Kid is going to try and fight their way through it. Kranix survives. That's going to be it. Viv, they have a wave in the top side. It's not enough from this full AP Nami to be able to clear the wave. He's going to try, but Hester can't get enough done. And in a surprise game 1, Viv are going to break the base of GameLord and put themselves 1-0 up in this series.
And Milop really showing what he's made of with those beautiful Camille engages. Just Viv Esports really showing class in this game, destroying a team like GameLord Stress. This is not just any team. This is GameLord. This is the team that we had ranked to be the best team in Europe, and they just lost against Viv Esports.
Yeah, really solid performance from Viv, and it looked like Viv were getting stalled out a little bit. There was this kind of mid lane play that there was a struggle, but everything from that engage in the lower jungle, I would love to see it from a couple of seconds back, as you said, because I think so much of it comes from that mid lane getting pushed in, the tower going down, and that sweeper in the river allowed Viv to just say, okay, well, we know that GameLord are split, so let's use our composition, finally jump on them with the Camille, get the Vi in the mix, and get the kills. Because these skirmishes early game were starting to go towards GameLord. Like, they really were hammering home. I think there was a flick of a switch for Viv where they were like, okay, let's just use the Ziggs ultimate, get damage down, try and get kills as much as we can.
Yeah, and the problem from GameLord as well is the Nami was essentially useless in the late game. We saw some nice little things in the early and mid game from the Nami, but in the late game, she constantly got caught, right? Like Heste was constantly getting caught, and the Luden's Echo was not really doing any work. And also the ultimate just got blocked out by Fluor. And being in a 5 versus 4 position in the late game, Viv Esports was more easily able to defend Kranix on that Ziggs than GameLord defending the Redemption. And ultimately, that's what lost the game from GameLord. And that's how Viv Esports was able to win the fights constantly. They just constantly killed the Nami and got those beautiful engages from Milip on the Camille, and they were able to just win the game.
I feel like watching that fight back, Tyrus, I think, even hit 2 people with the charged up Vault Breaker, the ability. 1 gets 2 people, locks them down, puts the damage out, and I feel like Kranix's ultimate was basically always available, regardless of if you just used it. Millip, first pick priority on this Camille, makes it work in the late game. I was saying that Viv had a single damage threat. Turns out Camille still pretty good, even though we haven't seen a whole lot of Camille be successful in the last couple of weeks. A very surprising game 1 between these 2 teams, in the sense that like Viv just looked on exactly the same level as GameLord, and maybe even just a step ahead.
Yeah, okay. Indeed, like, look at this damage as well. Redemption and Kranix, as we said, these were probably going to be the main carries, but actually Ruiz dealing 23,000 damage on the Zed. I didn't really feel it, as in, like, I didn't really feel like he did that much damage, but interesting to see that he was also able to dash out this much damage. And as we can see, an incredibly close game. We can basically see when the objectives were taken, it went up and down and up and down. And then in the very late game, when Viv Esports got that beautiful engage, that's when they skyrocketed their lead and won the game. The Elder Dragon secured their victory, and just absolutely amazing gameplay from Viv Esports that game.
I think the comment about Zed and where the damage comes from is one of the things about playing into the likes of Garen and Camille. Is like, you can put a lot of damage out, but if they don't die, then they're going to get most of that health back on those engages, right? So it's a really like different game than what I was expecting. Really impressed by Viv and the way that they played around the Ziggs. I actually think GameLord, even though coming out of the draft, I think that they had the advantage. I think they letting that Ziggs go over, giving them the Camille, in hindsight now, was a whole lot riskier perhaps than they were expecting. Let's take a look at the play of the game and see exactly how those 2 champions punished GameLord.
Definitely, and I'm hoping that we're going to be seeing that Elder Dragon fight, because then I can actually show a proper analysis. So right here, look at this. Viv Esports is just baiting, and their Miloop comes from the top side, engages, slows both of them, and they just do a full engage. And right here, as you can see, Gragas and Orianna dead. And here it's just over. Basically, it's over. You're in a 5 versus 3 situation. Sure, Ruiz is able to kill out Chronix on the Ziggs, but he has already used his full engage. And right now, Gamelord doesn't have anything anymore to be able to kill Sharky on the Garen or Tyrus on the Vine. As you can see, it's just desperation right here from Gamelord. Just that bait that Viv Esports did on the Dragon, and then Milo coming from nowhere from the top side. Just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful call from Viv Esports right there, and I'm hoping to see more of that in the second game.
Yeah, that flank is a Camille player's dream. Like being able to walk from mid lane right through the jungle and pick off a carry is exactly what Camille wants to do. Well, we're going to have ourselves a couple of minutes break before we get into Viv and Gamelord Game 2. Stick with us. We'll be back to see whether Gamelord can bounce back or whether Viv can shock the world and 2-0 their way to the upper bracket finals.
Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promised it's you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Forever, say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You will always be the deepest part of me. Heavy hearts healed in time.
ready?
Welcome back to WREC, where we have had a shock Game 1 win from Viv against Gamelord. We've been telling you for weeks that Gamelord are likely to make it to the finals, and Viv are one game away from putting Gamelord into the lower bracket. I'm Stress, joined by Health Devil. That was one of my favorite games, I think, of the WREC so far. Like, there's a lot to talk about from that game, and I'll let you pick whatever you want to talk about to start this off, Health.
mean, what should we talk about? Like, just the way that the game played out, the beautiful way that Viv Esports was playing that game, constantly catching out someone. Because during the draft, we talked about how their draft works, which is catching out an enemy, right? With the Camille ultimate, Ziggs ultimate, etc., etc. And that's exactly what they did. Well, like, they did it in different ways. They caught out Heste, who cannot do anything about it, and they used objectives to bait the enemy to go in, and then they caught him out. Also, Milup on the Camille coming from the side. Just, I really loved that the way that they were constantly catching out Game Lord in that match, Stress.
Yeah, this is the kind of game where when you see top teams facing against each other, the window of error is so small that you have to exploit. And Viv managed to find that one big fight that then snowballs into the Baron on the next rotation of once they've recalled. So Viv do take that first win. Let's hear from Stuart a little bit about that first game between Viv and Game Lord.
Thank you very much, Stress. There is a lot to break down, and I want to start off with the draft. Interesting enough, Game Lord went for target bans on the red side of the map, leaving so many power picks open. They decided to ban the Varus and the Vayne away from Kranex, and it didn't really work out for them in the end. And we talk about the first pick priority as well. Viv, interesting enough, going for the Camille instead of Fiora, baiting Game Lord to take Fiora themselves. And to be honest, Lonely Kid didn't look that comfortable on Fiora. You can see that Tyrus was focusing that Baron lane, and that will be a big focus going into the rest of it. And that allowed Viv Esports to pick the likes of Ziggs and Garen afterwards. And then into the game itself, Vi, Camille, Ziggs, all these champions were able to catch out Game Lord. The last team fight was so huge, catching out Redemption and Zifter. And unfortunately, Game Lord weren't able to close it out. But a really close first game. It's going to be an interesting one to see if Game Lord can bounce back. I'm really looking forward to the draft as well to see what's going to be changed. So let's head into that draft with Hells and Stress. Back to you.
Cheers, Stuart. Yeah, I want to revisit the point actually there about the picks, the bans, I should say, of Varus and Vayne. Like, when you ban 2 carries in the bottom lane and there's only really one left, okay, Orianna was still there. If you don't prioritize that carry on your first rotation, you have basically said, have 2 strong picks, have 3 strong picks that we can't afford to ban in this game. And then they gave Ziggs as well. Like, that's one thing I don't understand. It's like, Orianna's still strong, but Ziggs is currently like that king of the bottom lane, at least from what we've seen here in Europe the last couple of days.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to be seeing a new draft. And I got to say, this draft is definitely my top, it's going to be definitely in my top 3 most interesting drafts that we've ever seen in the WREC. So what are they going to do, Stress? What are they going to do? What is going to be banned out? Because there's so many picks, right? Target bans, the Ziggs, the Camille, the Rakan, etc., etc. There's just so much stuff to look at.
Yeah, and we're staying on the same side. So Viv on the blue side, that means that Game Lord selected red side. It feels like they perhaps are going to stick with their strategy. No, they're not. Immediately a change from both sides, actually. Viv first banned Corki in the last game, and now the Camille is banned away from Game Lord. So likely that means that they're going to have to drop. They banned Olaf, Varus, Vayne. We'll see what makes it through that didn't make it through in the last game.
Yeah, definitely. And Game Lord seems to be target banning Milup right here, right? They don't want to see him on Camille again, because last game he absolutely destroyed them. He destroyed them. The thing is though, Milup can play other champions as well, and he's really good. And I would say equally as good on them. Like, we've seen him on Darius too. Absolutely hard carrying the game on Darius. So is Game Lord going to be banning that away too? I don't feel like they can, because Ziggs is going to be open. And I feel like Game Lord is going to have to ban away that Ziggs right here, Stress.
Yeah, one of those bot lane carries though from Varus and Vayne are going to be open if they do have to ban Ziggs. I mean, we'll see what they let through and whether they reprioritize their own picks. They picked the Gragas to flex and then the Fiora as well. So we're heading into that first pick of the draft for Viv. They will, of course, have one less option once Game Lord's bans have come through. We'll see whether they still prioritize their Baron lane. It might be a Fiora picked up here by Miller, but we did just see Game Lord pick the Fiora early and get beaten.
Game Lord sticks with the Vayne ban, and that leaves the Ziggs open. Although, is Viv Esports going to take the bait? Because Game Lord is not leaving Ziggs open for no reason, right? Like, they have a counter draft for it. And even though their last draft was perhaps a bit questionable with the Nami pick, there is a reason that they just leave the Ziggs open right there. And indeed, Viv Esports chooses to not take the bait. They just go for the safe pick, which is the Fiora. There's no real big counters to the Fiora. And you're giving Fiora to either Tyrus or Milo. Both of them are really good at it. So I like that Viv Esports is not taking the bait right there. And as Gamelord right now, yet again, like, are you going to pick the Ziggs right here? Because there is still going to be counters to it that Viv Esports could be picking, Stress.
Yeah, that's totally true. There's the Ziggs. I don't know how many counter matchups are actually available for this. I in my estimation, I would have felt like Gamelord should have brought one out last round if they were gonna do it. I wonder whether we'll see some. Oh, that's a heavy poke composition already with a Jace and a Ziggs. Lots of long range threat. I wonder whether we'll see Viv air towards a traditional AD carry and then maybe the likes of a Yuumi or something like that, which is available. We saw Yuumi banned in the last game. Varus is up too. Varus can be played into Ziggs. Absolutely. Less so like great with that Yuumi, so I think we'll look maybe towards the traditional supports that we've seen Viv play in the past, but always got to look at that option when the cat is available. It's always there. A lot of power picks up still. Diana up, we've seen Gragas a lot. Darius is there that we mentioned. Garen still available, so lots and lots of picks available for both Viv and Gamelord, depending on what.
There it is. And this is what I mean. I feel like Gamelord fell into a trap right here, and even though Ziggs is basically always gonna be good, Ziggs does kind of struggle against that Varus and the Fiora, and then also the Garen, because these are champions that can just dive you. And I feel like this is going according to plan for Viv Esports, even though they're up against the Jace. I feel that they are comfortable playing against that Ziggs, and we have an Alistar. Oh my god, we haven't seen Alistar too much, Stress.
Really high priority on Alistar. I mean, this tells you that Gamelord know they need an engaged champion to come from here. In the case that this Jace is going into the jungle, it removes a lot of your engaged potential in game. So this is like strangely high priority on Alistar. It tells you that they did not want this ban because whatever the rest of their composition looks like needed this Alistar to plug a gap.
Yeah, and this time Gamelord actually banning out the Braum as well. And it just really feels like Gamelord is not... Gamelord doesn't seem as focused on the global draft. They're just really doing target bans. And as Stuart mentioned, like 3 out of 4 bans are target bans, which is the Camille. Camille is always good, but it's also a target ban. Then we have the Vayne, which is obviously a target ban, and then the Braum as well. They seem to be target banning a lot, leaving open a lot of options for Viv Esports. And Viv Esports actually also target ban. There it is again. They're also banning the Vice. So they really don't want to be facing up against the champions that they played against in the last game.
Yeah, that's 3 out of 5 champions banned away from that last game, plus that Vayne target ban on top of it. We'll see what Viv round this out with. They're trying to take away kill threat here, like finishing threat, and that's at least in taken away to stop any other engage. Of course, that Jace can be played both in the Baron lane or in the middle lane. We've even seen it yesterday as a bot lane carry, but I wouldn't expect that with that Ziggs already picked up. Gamelord, it'll likely be jungle here if they are picking a jungle, or a flexible top like a Gragas where it could go towards the jungle. Gragas is still there. It's going to be actually just a flat top laner when it's a Darius saying, okay, let's pick up some of that damage to finish fights. Seraphine, you've mentioned, is available.
I want to see Seraphine on Viv Esports right now.
Yeah,
because they're up against a lot of these melee champions. Well, half melee Jace, Alistar, Darius. Seraphine works incredibly good against champions like that. Now, I really want to see a Seraphine pick coming through from Viv Esports right there, because especially if you combine it with the Varus, no one can really engage you. They actually go for an engaged comp as well. They go for the Leona. What?
We do not see Leona very often, and typically, like in PC, you see Leona and Alistar. Like there's some funny interactions with Headbutt around that. Seraphine. The only thing I was going to say is we've seen Seraphine played more as a carry than as a support. So I wonder with that Varus already whether the allocation of gold would be weird in bottom lane. We're looking at mid laner now. It's like okay, so double flex between top and mid lane from this Garen and this Gragas. That's an instant Ahri picked up. It's Rui's Ahri as well. So we've seen him play a ton of this champion, and we know what picks can be made with this Ahri. And what I would say though is this Gamelord composition has a lot of damage, but is not really straightforward. Like, if you get damage down before a team fight, then you can get the Darius to tidy it up. But Gamelord are looking for picks with that poke damage, whereas Viv, they have this full-on engaged composition where they just want to go aggressive.
And Viv also has the poke damage as well, right? From the Varus. So I feel that Gamelord is really gonna have to do their best to defend the Ziggs. And yet again, it feels like they just don't have the right tools to do it. Because in the last game, they had the Orianna as well. They just didn't seem to have the right tools to do it, especially up against that composition for Viv Esports. Having that Leona, the Gragas, like all of these engaging champions. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Gamelord is gonna be able to keep that Ziggs alive. Obviously, they have the Ahri, which is a very strong early game champion. And very likely, Ahri is going to be matched up either against the Gragas, Fiora, or the Garen in the mid lane. So Ahri is going to win that lane. She can push out the waves and she can roam around. So they have to play around that.
Yeah, they have to play around that. I think one thing also that we need to keep our eyes on is I feel like Hester looks like a completely different player when he's playing an engage support, when he's playing something that can get into the fight. Nami, not really that kind of way that we're used to Hester playing, and the game one didn't look so great for them. So maybe this Alistair here is like, okay, with Rakan banned, let's just try and get fights going. Let's utilize some of what Hester does best. And then with this Ahri, with the damage that's going to come from Jace, tidy up the fight and get it going. So I think Gamelord have a few more tools to actually have a wider set of plays here rather than just this single target pick off against the Ziggs. But it's Gamelord with the Ziggs themselves this time, as Hester and Redemption down in this bottom lane have been forced away. And they're pushed back away from the wave level 1. That's one of the things Varus does very, very well. Can contest that early game in the lane.
So it seems like they've put Fiora in the jungle on Tyrus, Milup on the Gragas in the Baron lane up against the Darius, and then we have Sharks on the Garen in the mid lane. And I feel this mid lane matchup may be a little scary for Viv Esports. I love how the chat is still fully going for Gamelord. Last time it was 67% for Gamelord, and now it's 83%, even though Gamelord lost the first game.
There's some copium coming on there. That's chat are desperate to see it hold on. I do think this composition, even though it's a little bit more unorthodox, doesn't really have a specific style. I feel like from the problems of game one, this gives Gamelord more options. Like this allows them to say, okay, if Zefta and Ruiz start getting ahead, they can feed a lot of gold to Lonely Kid in these fights and allow them to deal the damage. Ruiz now has 3 people in the lane opposite him. That's one of the strengths of Varus, is we'll be able to stay safe in lane, but in comes Hester as well to help deny on this cannon wave. Zefta was there as well, doesn't have to commit himself as he's going to be able to go towards that crab on the top side. He does have 2 people coming up towards him though, so does have to back away as Lonely Kid is dealing damage to Millip. I don't think they can actually secure this crab.
Yeah, Lonely Kid has the lane priority, and as you can see, he's going to be here much faster. And there it is, Gamelord takes the free Rift Scuttler. And honestly, that's all because of the Baron lane. Milup wasn't able to push out the wave up against Lonely Kid. Lonely Kid was able to help his team, and they got a free Rift Scuttler. And now they're going for another Rift Scuttler. So already starting off the game at a pretty substantial advantage for Gamelord right there. And that's really all because of Lonely Kid's advantage in the lane. He was able to push the lane out, and then Milup was just left there and wasn't able to help his team. And Gamelord with 2 Rift Scuttlers right there, Stress.
Yeah, and then the same thing basically happens with the fact that Ruiz pushed the lane out in mid while they were taking top crabs. So it's like you basically are just using those minion waves, pushing them out and allowing them to create space for you to take those objectives. So a lot of river vision control already from both of those crabs being down. Redemption does get his recall stopped as Flower now is forced to back away from Hester, lands a stun. Redemption doesn't really have the finishing power here as Hester had Ignite, didn't use it, and they couldn't quite get the damage to stick, but they did force the flash out from Hester. So actually, Gamelord kind of end up on the bad side of that, as Zefta down here now can put damage out, but I don't know that they can get a kill here.
And I really love how Gamelord is playing around that composition very well, because during the draft we mentioned indeed, like Ahri is really good at pushing out waves, and that's how they were able to very easily get the double scuttler. But there indeed was a very weird engage by Hesta. He fully engaged, while Redemption didn't even have mana. And right here we see it again, by the way, Ruiz pushing out the wave and going for a roam. Like, this is what he needs to try to be doing, right? Here it didn't work, of course, but this is what he needs to do. He needs to roam around and he needs to try to go for those ganks. Unfortunately, it didn't work right now. And we have a fight in the Baron lane.
Ooh, Lonely Kid doesn't hit the apprehend, so that's going to basically spell the end of that fight for now. I think one thing undoing Ruiz a little bit, this ward around mid lane, makes it so that they basically have a good read on the side of Viv. Hang on, top lane. Millip has actually found the explosive cask as Lonely Kid is going to flash away, avoids the Zenith Blade from Flower, and Flower is going to have to back away. Does have that Solar Flare available, so can look for those long-range engages. Maybe trying to get it work on mid lane as Ruiz. They know there's no jungle on the bottom side, and Hester's just used that plant on the top side. They know the people are around. That's going to spell the end of that engage.
Yeah, and I feel like Fluor could have been a bit more aggressive right there because Milup used his ultimate to push Darius back, but Fluor didn't even use his flash. He didn't even use his ultimate. He didn't even try to go for the fight. So he actually decided to just save his abilities and
you want aggression? You want aggression? Hester's going to show you some aggression as Zefta flashes over the wall. Can he get the long range? Yes, he does. Swaps to hammer form, I should say cannon form, and gets that last pick off. However, Solar Flare comes through. They got the grand challenge locked to Zefta trying to get out. There's the Ziggs ultimate from long range. Hester gets another stun. This is the difference of him playing that engage support. However, it's not quite enough to be able to pick up the kill. They force Cyrus's flash out and back away, but it's 1 kill apiece on this matchup to begin the game.
Yeah, and they forced some important ultimates as well from both sides, really. We see the Leona ultimate and the Gragas ultimate and the Fiora ultimate being used, but on the opposite side on Game Lord, also the Alistar and the Ziggs ultimate. And honestly, I don't feel any team has a real advantage right here. Like, they're both probably still going to be just as strong during the team fights. And here we see it indeed. Redemption and Chronix in the mid lane. They are able to push out the waves. Like we see the lane stops come through again. But here we can see Chronix dealing massive damage with his poke.
Yeah, a lot of damage. However, the wave still stands, and that means that the Rift Herald is first to it from Game Lord's side of things. And that means Viv, they're going to try and get down towards that bottom side of the Rift to try and take Drake. I believe Redemption is half health, so can't really contest right now. Actually recalled and is trying to get back close enough. Still about just under a quarter of that cooldown on his ultimate available, but Viv do not commit. This is a great use of the Rift Herald. This is exactly what you want to see. As soon as Varus showed on the ward in River, they're like, just get mid tower at all costs. Make sure we power it down with the Jace.
Bot tower, by the way.
Wow, Game Lord even defend bot tower and be able to take that mid tower from it. That's huge. Ruiz has 2 low health targets in front of him, and Viv gets stalled out. Really good passage of play from Game Lord. This is massive.
Definitely, and this is very likely going to be a dragon going over to Game Lord as well. They're 1,000 gold ahead. They took the mid lane turret and they defended the bot lane turret. This is massive for Game Lord right here. Just beautiful macro gameplay. Viv Esports thought that they could get away with a free turret on the bot side of the map. They didn't want to take a fight against the composition of Game Lord, which makes sense, right? Like, they're up against a Jace and up against an Ahri. These are 2 very strong early game champions, especially during team fights. So you don't really want to match up against them. So they thought that they could get a free turret in the bot lane and then try to fight for the dragon as well. Instead, they didn't get anything. They lost both objectives and they lost the mid lane turret. So this is disastrous for Viv Esports stress.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for Viv to play around the side lanes here because like Ahri and Jace are going to be able to pick off anybody from Viv really quickly if they end up on the side lane. And same goes with Darius. They have that kill threat. And being able to kind of push out mid really far allows Ziggs to kind of drift up towards the top side. That was a flash out from Milup to make sure he avoided the apprehend from Lonely Kid. This is what Game Lord can do now. With the Ziggs ultimate, they can hold it and either commit it topside to look at a kill or commit it mid lane to defend the tower push. There's 4 people pushing mid from the side of Viv, and Ruiz is there to at least clear out the minions as well. Milup is, buying a little bit of time with his barrels to try and push this back out, but they are going to go eventually. Game Lord, they show a little bit of peekaboo in and out of the bush here as Redemption is going to put damage down. Explosive Cask is going to blast them back under the tower, and Game Lord will get out of there with that kill. Yeah, in they go as Lonely Kid. There's the ultimate out of Ziggs. Doesn't do as much damage as Redemption would have liked, but Jace can pick it off. There's the damage from afar from Zefta, and Ruiz is going to find himself Sharks in the middle lane, and this is suddenly Game Lord having woken up. Game Lord are finally going aggressive. Maybe it's Hester on an engaged support. Maybe it's just the fact that they can get these tower plays down, but this is the Game Lord we were expecting to see.
This is indeed the Game Lord that we're expecting to see. They're really playing that composition to their powers. They've already gotten 2 turrets. They've gotten so many kills. All of the objectives. This is the dominant Game Lord that we're expecting. Zefta with the beautiful, beautiful damage coming through. Just securing those kills under the turret. Just like really well played from Game Lord all over the board. They were waiting to dive that turret. Milup couldn't escape anywhere. And right here, they're going to be pressuring the bot lane turret as well.
Yeah, Lonely Kid is going to do this while the rest of the team are playing on top side. That means Ruiz and Hester see if they can get a kill at this point. We'll check it out after the replay. This is Ruiz actually basically 1v1ing Sharks. This entire fight chases him down as the rest of the team is picking up kills, and Sharks just cannot contend with the damage from this Ahri. Oh, did we have to show the flash charm missing? Did we have to do him like that?
Yeah, but that's the thing that Ruiz can do on the Ahri. Yeah, they just killed Milup, but that's the thing. And here we see him again.
Yeah, Charm lands. It's all too easy for Ruiz. They put damage down, force a flash out from the Mega Inferno Bomb, force another flash out, and this is just Viv hemorrhaging of big cooldowns, and Game Lord are just walking their way through the jungle and getting any objective they want.
They're running their way through the jungle, it seems. They're really getting whatever they want. And Ruiz just really playing the Ahri to her powers. We know that Ruiz is already famous for his Ahri. Just, starting every teamfight with a beautiful ultimate. So here we look at a replay where they killed Milop, actually. And here, yet again, it's because of Ruiz. Ruiz just going in, charming the Ahri, and then Heste following up with the engage. And this is why they picked the Alistar as well. It's a really good engaging champion, but also a really good following up champion. After Ahri engages, you can also engage with Alistar. And there is definitely going to be a fight happening right here, Strauss.
Yeah, Heste even just prioritizing his mobility as much as possible. Protobelt has himself the dead man's plate as well, can just get himself as quickly into the fight as he wants. Ooh, good satchel charge is actually gonna, even though the stun locks get Redemption to a little bit of safety, now they're gonna be able to re-engage. There's the Protobelt into the pulverize from Heste, and with that ultimate running, they cannot stick enough damage down onto the Alistar. Charm lands again, and it's Ruiz all through this game. 8 kills to 1 in favor of Game Lord. They can now look towards Rift Herald and Dragon at the same time. Tyrus cannot get close enough to defend this objective.
And looking for Tyrus's jungle, as you can see, they're not leaving anything for Viv Esports. This is the gamer that we expect to see, knowing exactly what they can do. Zefta got the Rift Herald for free. They're starting off the Dragon, and they're going for the jungle. They're just not getting anything anymore.
Pulverize into the stun. Tyrus avoids the charm, at least as Ruiz threw it a little bit wide. And that means Tyrus does not fall. However, the objectives have gone already. There's nothing to take from this. And they can't even push out top tower because Redemption's ultimate is nearly available. So even if that's a big stack of waves, Floor, you are dead. That's not going to end well for you. He's going to try and soak up a little bit of time, but nope, not going to work. Even gets Darius ultimate to reset from that.
Definitely, and again, just perfect gameplay by Game Lord. They didn't lose anything right there. I just want to highlight, they literally didn't lose anything. They got everything and they didn't lose anything. And Redemption, indeed, on the top lane turret as well, just uses his ultimate to push out the wave. They've even taken the entire jungle of Tyrus, and I'm sure Zefta's gonna take the red buff as well. He actually doesn't go for it. He could have, but they're just taking whatever they can. They're not leaving anything. And here we can still see Chronix dealing quite a lot of damage on the arrow.
Oh,
but I want to highlight
Chronix, the charm lands, and there we go. Chronix is down. He has damage, but trying to clear mid lane is a little too dangerous with so many people around that jungle.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight I cannot highlight because we have another engage.
Well, Lonely Kid, he's going to be able to flash out towards Heste, and Heste's going to try and body block here. There's the damage from Ziggs. You're engaging on the Darius, and it's the Darius that gets the execute.
Oh, and the engage was good, but unfortunately the follow-up was not as good because they just cannot kill Lonely Kid on that Darius right there. But oh yeah, what I was gonna talk about is the dragons, because I cannot talk again.
We'll give you some time after the game to talk about this. Heste, that's gonna be a double lockdown with that solar flare. Heste is stunned as he flashes away. No way does he get out. Heste, support fight. Heste tries to Protobelt back in, and Leona actually gets the kill from that. And actually, maybe that's an overextension from Game Lord. 2 kills go over as Redemption was busy top lane. Ruiz is now gonna have to try and back himself away from this fight. Does get a little bit of a heal there as Grand Challenge is gonna open up under the tower. 1 kill, and Lonely Kid is nowhere near. He had already fallen in this engage. It's Zefta that had stasis under the tower. Redemption tried to throw out the ultimate, and I think they're going to back away with just a few small kills from that, but that is at least going to stop the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, there's just so much action in this game, and it's actually very important for Zefta to not die, because Lonely Kid just died and gave a 600 gold shutdown to Chronix. That is pretty huge, and if Zefta had died as well, it would have been an even bigger shutdown. So if we look into this replay, we can see that Fluor actually had a beautiful ultimate, and they all really had a beautiful engage. They were able to pick out Heste, they were able to go on Ruiz, and they were able to get Lonely Kid, which was really huge for Viv Esports. Then it seemed like they could kill the Jace as well, but we had the stasis enchant come through, and being invulnerable or untargetable even for 3 seconds is just too much. So as we can see right here, the dive was amazing, but then when they go on Jace, stasis, he even gets a kill, and they just cannot get the kill anymore. And That's the power of stasis, and that's how Zefta was able to stay alive. And we have another engage.
Hester's engaging again as Hester playing frontline, has the unbreakable will running, and that means that Gamelord can just chase through. They have resettled themselves from that mess of an engage in middle lane. Tower has fallen, and they're pushing towards the inhibitor as well. They will have Satchel Charge available eventually for Redemption. I believe it's on cooldown right now. They don't even need it because Rift Herald is going to charge in. Back away after 2 towers down. And that means that Viv now going to have super minions pushing through that middle lane. And now there's even a bottom lane tower push going on as well from Lonely Kid. It's going to be quite a difficult attempt to push it down. Although he's actually just going to take it from behind as Sharks. Yeah, no, it's going to run out of minions. Sharks is able to take him out, and Redemption couldn't get that Satchel Charge in time. Baron has been started. Gamerald just won everything.
Gamelord is just taking everything, as you said. I'm just quickly going to say what I wanted to say, which is the dragon that Gamelord has, which is the Ocean Dragon, is incredibly powerful in this matchup because of the poking compositions. It basically denies Varus's poking. If Kranix goes for poke, Gamelord can just heal up because they have that Omnivamp coming through from the Ocean Dragon. So just wanted to say that real quick. You know, 3 minutes later, I was finally able to say it. But Gamelord did get the Baron? Did they just get the...
Yeah, they did just get the Baron. Yeah, because they'd pushed out bottom lane, and I think Viv just didn't realize it was being taken at the same time. And now they're going to go aggressive as Gamelord over the wall from Hester is going to pick off the first one. The rest of Gamelord are going to break into the middle lane and take a kill on to Sharks. 2 members of Viv have already fallen, and I think this is just everything that they needed it to. Lonely Kid is going to play defense around the corner. Dunk Master can still play point guard, and that is enough for Lonely Kid to get the execution. He's looking for Kranix. There's no friend here anymore, as Lonely Kid is going to lead the team all the way back through middle lane. This is going to be Gamelord evening up the series to 1-1. Gamelord feels like they've finally woken up. This composition had all the damage they need to even the series up and give us a 3-game series for our first semi-final.
Yeah, definitely. And this feels like the real Gamelord. First game, it felt like, you know, they were just not into it yet, but this is the real Gamelord, the dominant team that does, they got everything that game. They literally got everything. Like, there was not a single thing that Viv Esports was able to get in that game, besides like maybe 1 or 2 turrets, but this is the Gamelord that we expect to see, and I'm expecting a very easy 3rd game from them as well. I mean, obviously we can get surprised, because the draft is very important. In the first game, Viv Esports did have an amazing draft, so wow, this is going to make the 3rd game very interesting for us.
Yeah, this I think was way more of what we were thinking this series would look like coming into it. I'm so glad Viv looked competitive in game number 1, because I think it means it's basically not over in this series. It now does depend on this draft, but like Gamelord getting Hester onto an engaged support has a total different look for this team.
Yeah, definitely. And also Zefta on the Jace. That's definitely going to be banned away, because Zefta on that Jace just did so much damage this game. It was absolutely incredible. And I believe he only had like 1 or 0 deaths even. I didn't see him die too much. And just like Gamelord was able to get some very big power picks right there. And indeed, Hester on those engaging supports does feel much better on the Enchanter supports. Like him on the Nami didn't really do anything, but him on the Alistar was big part of the reason that they were able to win this game, Strauss.
A massive part. I think Ruiz gets a shout out as well for the Ahri, like constantly looking at picks, getting the initial kills to start fights, and that allowed Gamelord to just continue to walk through the enemy jungle, like run through, as you said at one point, just like catching anybody they could. They even snuck the Baron, got themselves the objective, and then it was just into this bottom lane fight that ended the game. And I just feel like Viv could not output enough damage, could not survive through what Gamelord had for them. And Lonely Kid, I mean, Lonely Kid had not a quiet game by any stretch of the imagination, but just wasn't needed as much as the rest of the team. And he even weathered a lot of the engaged top lane to begin this game. So I think Gamelord just to the level we were expecting from them coming into game number 1, but it just took him a little while to get there.
I mean, look at that. Everyone from Gamelord just died once, and Redemption didn't even die. This is what I'm talking about. This was just basically a near perfect game coming from Gamelord, macro-wise and micro-wise as well. Look at that. Like Zefta and Ruiz were able to do even more damage than Redemption, even though Redemption was playing the Ziggs, and that is honestly huge. And especially Zefta, like he tanked so much damage as well. This Jace needs to be banned away.
It absolutely does. That is a clean game. There's only one little tiny spot of blue advantage on the side of Viv, but after that, it was just all game mode, kind of smothering out Viv for a lot of that game. There was a lot of good stuff out from game mode. I feel like Viv just never got into the second game. Game one, we saw them play very patiently around game mode and then wait, and when the competition finally got the lead it needed to, they could engage. I think some of that is the fact that Millip was targeted pretty heavily in this game. Like I think Millip was like 0-5 to end this, mostly out of the fact that even. You know, when you're playing a Gragas and you fall behind, you're quite squishy and you end up getting caught down. So maybe getting Millip back onto something like the Camille, something that has a little bit more potency when it comes to those side lanes. Maybe we'll find Millip a better setup in that game. Let's take a look at play of the game and see where this game went so right for game mode. There were a lot of early game fights it could be.
There were a lot of fights indeed. I couldn't predict which one it's going to be. So it's the fight at 14 minutes, which I believe is just going to be a dominant fight for Gamer. Yeah. As you can see, they caught out Sharky, and Tyrus wasn't even able to do anything in the backline because Heste knocked him up and then Zefta destroyed him. Right there, we can just basically see Gamelord, you know, constantly catching out champions from VIF Esports with the Ahri, and then Alistar defending Zefta, just like really doing what they have to do right there. Near, again, Millip and Gradix have no chance to win against these two powerful champions on Zefta and Lonely Kid. Just amazing play from Gamelord right there.
Yeah, Game Lord showing up in the way that we wanted them to make sure that we had a competitive series, and that is what we have. We have a 1-on-1 series so far. Viv took game 1, Game Lord took game 2. That means one game remains between these two teams. One of them is going to go to the upper bracket finals. One of them will drop down to the lower bracket. Stick with us. We'll find out who it is in about 3.5 minutes time. Welcome back, everybody, to the WREC. We are heading into game number 3 between Gamelord and Viv Esports in our first semi-final of the day. I'm stress joined by Hells. That was a much cleaner game from Gamelord after kind of a disappointing game number 1. So as we go towards our draft for game 3, what do you think is the big takeaway that Viv need to stop Gamelord getting?
Well, the number 1 is going to be the Jace, and they're going to have to know that Heste is probably going to pick an engaging support, right? Because it worked incredibly well for them, and they have to know how to counter that kind of stuff. And honestly, also the Ziggs, right? The Ziggs has also been a major part of the team's winning, so they definitely have to draft around that. And like, those are probably going to be the main things. Obviously, the Rakan as well. And then it seemed like they put a lot of priority on the Corki. I haven't seen too much of it in EU because it's just getting banned out with these teams. But I just feel like they have to switch up their banning game a little bit.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to look at what Ziggs pick ban rate, or at least like win rate after this weekend is, because it's been pretty high. Let's take a check-in with Stuart for his key points heading towards our last game 3 of this series.
Thank you very much, Stress. Yes, we're going to go back to the draft again, and the draft around the Dura lane. You mentioned it briefly as well. We've had a lot of bans to the Dura lane and the support, so we've had a lot of high priority picks on the Ziggs and the Varus. So going into this third and final draft, there's still going to be a big priority on Corki ban away from Redemption, Vayne bans away from Kranix. And then as we went into game number 2, it was the early game advantages that kind of Gamelord got in that game. They had early game priority in the mid and top lane. Garrus was able to push in against Gragas, and Ari is a really easy matchup against Garen, just to push the wave really easily. So able to rotate around the map, help Zefta get ahead on that Jace, get the double Scuttle Crab, and that worked really well in the first objectives. That just allowed them to extend their lead. And then the third point is just about guaranteed engages. In the first game, we saw Camille and Vi come out from Viv Esports, which has allowed them to easily jump onto the backline of Gamelord. In game 2, it was the opposite way around. It was Gamelord that had guaranteed engage, the Ari and the Alistar. I love to see Heste on Alistar, and I think that's going to be a big priority as well, getting Heste on them engaged supports and allowing him to roam around the map and make them plays. But we're going to game number 3. Let's see who's going to win it. Back to Stress and Hells.
Yeah, those engages for Heste look so much better than the Nami that we saw in game number 1. The Nami just kind of got denied all the time by Braum. And as we head into the third draft, I think there's some really valid points there. I think Ruiz's Ari was very strong. We saw a lot of priority on the Alistar coming from Heste. So I think Gamelord's adaptions in the second game were really good. And I wonder whether that means we'll see Viv swap over onto the red side this time around. Give them a little bit more flexibility, force Gamelord to kind of pick in a different cadence and maybe be a little less risky with some of their picks when it comes to like the Alistar. It paid off very well in game 2.
Yeah, definitely paid off very well. And it seems like they do not. They stick to the first pick. They just really, it seems like they really want to have that first pick. This is already the third game in a row. And I feel like Gamelord is obviously going to ban out the Camille, right? We know they're going to ban out the Camille. And yet again, we see a Corki ban. It's just Viv Esports banning out Corki every game. They just don't even want to see it. They just don't want to see it. And now Gamelord, Camille ban, of course. Like, it's totally obvious. But now how are they going to be playing around that Ziggs? Because we know Ziggs is also going to be important. And also the Jace. Is Viv Esports going to ban out the Jace? I feel like they have to. They actually go for the Rakan, which is obviously also a priority pick. We talked about it earlier, but these are just some big power picks being banned away. And it feels like target bans as well as just general power picks.
Yeah, the last ban was Galio, I believe it was, in the last game. That would leave, of course, Ziggs available. We saw the priority towards Fiora from Viv. They may drop that in this game. Gamelord had been banning the Vayne. I think we're probably going to see exactly the same thing happen again. I wonder whether Viv will go back to Fiora. I don't think the teams have been able to activate the Fiora well enough in this series. I think she's struggled to actually get gold and get into fights. Gamelord are going to stay the same. Makes sense. If you're Viv, do you pick the Ziggs here? Do you go all in and say, okay, the Ziggs is the most safe and most damage that we can pick here? Indeed. I think it makes total sense.
Exactly. Like, I was just going to say, you cannot go for Fiora again because you're just going to be up against the same composition, right? Like, especially that Jace, you really don't want to be dealing with the Jace when you're playing the Fiora. And right here, exactly. Like, Viv Esports is not trying to play some mind games or anything. They're like, okay, we picked the Ziggs. We don't care what you counter into it. Ziggs is powerful. And now we just have to build a strong composition around the Ziggs, as Stuart mentioned, with some solid engaging and some solid protection. As you can see, Gamelord does indeed pick the Jace, which makes a lot of sense because Zefta is an incredible Jace player. But now Viv Esports has a task. pick a composition that can engage and pick a composition that can also equally as well protect the Ziggs.
Yeah, that's going to be... we'll see how the Viv can do it. They did it in game 1, importantly, and that is insanely high Ahri priority in this point of the game. But we saw just how much it gave Game Lord the ability to play actively on the map. So for Ruiz, we've seen the Garens, we've seen all these other mid laners, but Ruiz is like, I just need a traditional mid lane that can be an assassin, push out the lane, and take out one target. Because Ziggs, that's the way you can undo him, is if you can find him in the backline, take him out quickly, suddenly all that damage goes away. It's difficult to do though, and Viv are going right back to game number 1.
Exactly, and I feel like this may potentially be our first game where Fiora is not going to be picked nor banned. I really hope that's going to be like I'm pretty tired of seeing Fiora on here. Indeed, the Vi, I love seeing that because Tyrus did a phenomenal job in the first game with the Vi. Although Game Lord could potentially predict what Tyrus is going to be doing on the Vi if he does the same thing as the first game, right? Which is full jungle clear and then going for a gank. So it may be like a little dangerous to pick the Vi right here. Like right here, it seems like Viv Esports is just desperately trying to put together the same composition as the first game, thinking that it will work against anything, really. And I feel that's a bit dangerous to think because they're just picking these champions without really thinking about the consequences. And even though it worked in the first game, it doesn't mean that it's going to work against a different draft in the third game as well, Stress.
The Braum is going to buy a little bit of defensive capability for that Ziggs, a little extra time. As you said, that this time Game Lord have more damage threats. And with the Darius as well, that's, again, more damage on top of it. We're actually getting Viv from game 1 and Game Lord from game 2. This is like a very strange draft for us to actually have. Both teams are opting into what they just won with, and now we're going to have to see whether that continues the same trend. Game Lord, of course, have been looking in their bans a lot towards that bot lane already. It's going to likely be the Ziggs in bot lane. I wonder whether now we'll see some mid lane bans. Set's going to get banned away, so potentially towards that Baron lane as well, now that Darius has been picked up from Game Lord's side of things.
Yeah, and the thing is, Game Lord now has the opportunity to actually counter out the Braum, right? They haven't picked the Nami yet. They can now choose to... they can choose their picks into that Braum. And the question is, are they going to pick that Alistar again? Because I feel Alistar is a really solid champion right here, right? Because Alistar... there it is. They denied already. Like, Alistar would have been such a good pick here because that would have been the engage that they need. And that would have been the counter that they need up against that competition against Viv Esports. But Viv Esports knew that as well, right? They ban it away. They don't want to deal with it. Leona, not quite as good as doing what Alistar can do. So I feel that they are going to leave the Leona open. But indeed, banning away the Alistar, I like that from Viv Esports.
Gragas banned away just to try and get one of those safe laners out of the mix. Millip's Gragas was really heavily hit in the last game. Really didn't find a way into the game. I wonder what other supports Viv may look to take out. They also have bot lane champions. The likes of a Morgana may be taken away here. I don't know how much Redemption plays it as much, but when you look at the Black Shield onto a Darius, that kind of way that he runs into a fight, it's a very potent combination. And it's going to be the Senna. So Senna, I mean, long-range crowd control, long-range shielding, healing, some damage comes out. Maybe this is to block, like, farming, fasting Senna bot lanes where you can just take a tank in the bottom lane that's going to go aggressive. Because they've run out of tanks. Other than that Leona that you said, there aren't too many more tank supports that are available for Game Lord.
Yeah, and the thing about Senna is it does counter the Braum. Oh, they go for the Seraphine. Oh, they go for the Siren, and I don't like it. I don't like it.
No?
Because picking Seraphine into a Braum, you're taking a massive risk of just having your ultimate completely denied, and I don't like it. What am I supposed to say? I just don't like this pick from Game Lord right here.
That's fair. I mean, we'll see whether that's going to be a support Seraphine or whether it'll be with the Ashe that we saw Team Dark running, where Ashe kind of doesn't do the farming. But again, Braum blocks a lot of what Ashe wants to do as well. There's a little room there for Game Lord to kind of move it around. Akali picked up is going to now adjust the Viv composition from what it was in Game 1. Game 1, they ran Camille and Garen, and it meant that there was a big front line, but not a whole lot of kill threat on top of what Ziggs was doing. Well, now you've got an Akali to jump into the mix, and with their last pick, I'm sure that'll bring them some more frontline as well.
Yeah, and now they just have the opportunity to decide what to pick against the Seraphine, right? Like, they don't pick those melee champions that can just very easily get caught off by the Seraphine. Indeed, Akali. Seraphine is gonna have a very hard time catching out at Akali. Irelia as well, right? She can just constantly jump around. Again, I like this draft from Viv Esports. I like this draft. Even though Game Lord did so incredibly well in the second game, I just feel VIF Esports may have the advantage in this draft. And what is VIF Esports, or what is GameLord going to pick as their last pick? I honestly have no idea because we don't know where any of the champions are going to be going. Maybe a traditional AD carry with a Seraphine support, but we don't know.
Could be Kai'Sa in that regard. We've seen some Kai'Sa. I mean, Varus is up available. It's going to be a double healing bot lane. Okay, so it's Seraphine carry with the Sona bot lane. I mean, they're basically the same champion. There was a long time in League of Legends where the PC version, they had overtuned healing, and it just means you do not die in that bottom lane. Like, we saw a lot of Sona Seraphine, a lot of Sona Lux, Seraphine Lux. I believe we may even have seen this meta in Wild Rift, although it would have been before my time of casting, unfortunately. So apologies to you historians out of there that have seen it in Wild Rift. I'm a little bit newer to this series, so it definitely has been seen in the meta, as you mentioned. So we're having a throwback to sustain bottom lane. How do we feel about this? You weren't sold on the Seraphine initially. How are you now sold on this?
I mean, I love it to see it because it's going to be very entertaining to watch how GameLord plays it, but I don't know. I mean, sure, it works fine against Ziggs because you can constantly heal up, but against champions like the Irelia, like the Akali, like the Vi, who can just dive the backline and go on that Sona or go on that Seraphine, I feel it's quite a dangerous pick. And again, I want to see it work because I love these types of compositions. They scale really well into the late game. Sona's late game is really fun to watch, right? But is it gonna work as well? Now, that's the real question. I don't think so. I am personally gonna lean more towards VIF Esports, even though GameLord showed absolute dominance in the second game. Like, I'm leaning more towards VIF Esports in this game.
Well, we'll see whether Viv can actually make it work. With GameLord bringing us a bit of a blast from the past from last year's meta, we'll see whether it's enough to bring GameLord through to the upper bracket finals, as Ruiz may very well have found Tyras and Sharks putting damage down out of the jungle. Hester's here, although Sona at level 1 is not a very useful champion. Redemption's going to try and land the damage. I think Ruiz may have overextended here. That is going to get picked up, and that is devastating that it goes on to Sharks. Now Kranix is going to come up here and wait, Fleur is actually going to force a flash out of Redemption. This is going disastrously wrong for GameLord to start things out, as Kranix can't quite convert the second kill. It's a good job that Redemption picks up the second one, but look at all the summoner spells used.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is what we expect, right? Like, even though you have an Ahri on GameLord's side, your bot lane is just so incredibly weak in the early game, which is the Seraphine and the Sona. Even though they can win lane, they're not good in fights. So VIF Esports utilizing that massive early game power from Braum because of that passive, of course. And look at this. Look at this. Chat agrees. 58% goes for VIF Esports and 42% only goes for GameLords. So even though GameLords showed that massive advantage in the second game, even the chat thinks that this is not going to work for GameLord.
We'll see whether chat are correct and how that plays out. Lonely Kid and Millip are going to trade again and again. We didn't talk about it yet, that it's the Akali in top lane and Irelia in mid lane. I mean, both of these assassins are really hard to deal with if they start getting rolling. And the fact that Irelia got that first kill is monstrous for Viv. Like, Irelia is going to be accelerated towards that first item. If they can get it completed before the first fights, that is some area that GameLord have to avoid fighting in that early game.
Yeah, exactly. Here we can just see Hester desperately trying to do anything. He actually nearly stole this Rift Cutter. I just want to say he actually nearly stole it. But right here as well, like, Ruiz up against Sharks, Ahri is actually really good into Irelia. So the lane matchup, he is going to have some sort of an advantage. And yeah, right here we can see again, like, they're
that stun.
Nice engage.
That stun floor was behind Tyras, so actually forced the engage out of there, or at least I should say forced the escape. That was GameLord trying to utilize that mid lane push against the Irelia and then cut into the bottom lane. They couldn't quite get it though, as GameLord struggling to at least catch on to Viv in this early game. Oh, there's an apprehend. There's one catch, but Millip's going to be able to get out just fine.
Millip is actually losing this lane against Lonely Kid, and that's especially also because of Lonely Kid using a fleet footwork. When you play against an Akali as a Darius, and never mind, when you play as a Darius into an Akali, you always want to run fleet footwork, and as you can see, Lonely Kid is just maintaining a lot of health, but he's getting ganked.
Yeah, here comes Tyras, is farmed up to that ultimate. Lonely Kid was trying to get the apprehend, hoping it was in tower range, couldn't quite get it. Lonely Kid falls.
Yet again, Tyra is doing what he's best at, farming the jungle, getting those early ganks, and as I said, like, the game is starting to look pretty good for VIF Esports. But now the real question arises, right? Which team wins the late game? Because both teams have an incredible late game, and even though VIF Esports has a Ziggs, I kind of feel like if we get to the really, really late game, that the Seraphine Sona composition may win, even though VIF Esports has the Ziggs.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things is between Sona and Seraphine, you give so much shielding and healing through that, like, you basically absorb the Ziggs ult, right? Is like you just stand in one group and you're like, okay, I'll just shield them up as soon as I see the Ziggs animation. And then suddenly we turn the damage back on. It also kind of depends a little bit on the Drakes. I mean, if Game Lord can get like an Ocean Drake or a Mountain Drake and just eat the damage up front and then just heal it back up without getting killed by Akali and Aurelia, I don't know that there's a way that Viv can win those late game team fights.
Exactly. Like, even though Ziggs deals so much damage, is it gonna be enough? Now, that's the real question. Honestly, I cannot give an answer to that because I haven't seen Sona Seraphine for such a long time. We saw it in Wild Rift, like, I believe, like months ago, maybe even like a year ago, just a very long time ago, but not anymore. It has kind of gone out of meta. So that's why I said I love to see it, but I don't think it's gonna work. But it doesn't mean that I don't want it to work. I really want to see it work because I want to see how strong it can get, that combination, especially in the late game.
I think one thing that teams have gotten better at doing, at least in general over time, is like understanding when you need to buy healing reduction. And I would not be surprised to see Kranix pick up an Oblivion Orb very early on. Flower trying to take the dragon as there were 4 people from Game Lord there. It's going to be a handshake on the objectives. Rift Herald's going to go with Tyrus towards that top lane. We'll see whether he drops it immediately. He actually does. Just right away, it's like, we're going to take that apprehend over the wall. Tyrus is going to get punished. It's going to be enough of the bleed to take him down, and Lonely Kid picks up the kill. Doesn't get the reset on the ultimate, so will be in a tougher fight against Mill up under this tower. Tower still stands, though, as they were trying to get things back, and running his floor has brought Kranix into the fight. Ruiz flashes forward to get the damage down. Hester's going to try and float his way towards the kill and does get it. That's a huge pickup as Zefta has found his way up the river. It's a Rift Herald play for top tower, but Game Lord pick up a bunch of kills in the top lane.
And this is why you ban out Jace when you're up against Zefta. He knows what he's doing on that Jace and just quickly got that double kill right there. Viv Esports actually had quite a big lead when they got that turret, because as we look into this replay, this was just beautiful from Lonely Kid, by the way, because this basically, like, this was the start of Game Lord actually making it out of this. Like, they were behind 1.5k gold, by the way, right after they lost the turret. But then they came back because they got those kills. And that all started with Lonely Kid hooking Tyrus over that wall. Beautiful, beautiful apprehend from him coming through on that Darius. Just like, well, what am I supposed to say? Amazing. And here we see Zefta, boom, engaging, getting that double kill as well. This all started with Lonely Kid using his apprehend to get Tyrus over that wall.
And it's hard to know because obviously when we have the observer feed like this, we have full vision. But from the ward placement, it looked like it may even have been blind from Lonely Kid. I mean, obviously he knew that Tyrus was there because he saw the Eye of the Herald get dropped and he'd seen him at least a second or two before. There's a possibility it was totally blind as Tyrus is going to have to vault break his way out away from Ruiz. Charm's already been used, so can't quite find a target. But you can see Game Lord, they are very much looking for a fight. And while Hester's not on like the traditional engage support, Crescendo from Hester plus the Redemption ultimate, the Seraphine ultimate is going to do a lot of work starting a fight and keeping Viv exactly where Game Lord want him to be.
Definitely, and I'm going to be expecting Mercury's threats, but we have a fight right here in the bot lane.
Yeah, Ruiz trying to use the tower to his advantage. Ignite ticking is going to get the kill for Shargs, and now Shargs will get picked off on the back end of this fight. They give the kill over to Zefta. I think that's exactly who needed it because the damage is going to come from this Jace the later on in this game.
Definitely, and we already see an Infinity Orb, I believe that's what the item is called, sorry, the anti-heal item come through from Kranix, which is exactly what he needs.
Oh, brilliant block from Floor. I think he even shielded that Crescendo. There was like half a second of Hester's ultimate starting. That's the one good thing about Braum here. Yeah, I can see with that, healing reduction already come through from that Oblivion Orb. At least that's what I'm calling it. I'm pretty sure
Oblivion
it's the same.
Orb,
but,
yes.
Yeah, and cutting through some of that healing already. And Floor can do work against the ultimates coming from Redemption and Hester. Like, they both count as projectiles. So Braum is just going to put that shield up and be like, no ults from you.
Yeah, exactly. Fleur already doing an amazing job. And like, he's basically the one that can win the game for Viv Esports.
Yeah, if his shield's on time, Ruiz, they've swapped sides, and now Zefta's going to try and deal with Millup to pick up the kill. That's a rampage. This Jace, exactly as you said, is working exactly how Zefta needs it to.
Yeah, and this is going to be very problematic for Rift Esports because, like, if we look at the composition of Game Lord, we've only really talked about the Sona, Seraphine, Ari, right? But we've not talked about the Jace, which is right now the biggest problem for Viv Esports. And I feel like Viv Esports just doesn't know how to deal with it. And that's why I said it was a huge mistake for them to not decide to ban it out. But what I was going to say is everyone in Viv Esports is going to get Mercury's threats. And as we can see, I believe there were already like 3 or 4 Mercury's threats. If we actually look into this replay, Milup went for the dive. He used his second ability a little bit too early, which didn't allow him to use it here anymore. And here he just gets caught off by Zefta. But there is another fight.
Speaking of getting caught, Redemption now caught. Charm goes on to a Vi who's ulting. That's not going to do too much as Ruiz desperately trying to get himself away. Crescendo will lock 2 in place and buy enough time for Ruiz to get out. That Irelia ultimate did not lock people down either. And while they're walking over a shroud, Game Lord do have to be careful. But the sustain on the back end is going to be enough as Lonely Kid around the wall tries to get more done. Game Lord have got this dragon already low. And that's the Infernal Drake going. 2 dragons already down in favor of Game Lord. And the third one is going to be Mountain. That leaves us with an Ocean Soul. And if Game Lord can get all of the dragons in this game, they are going to be insanely hard to shut out of the fight.
Definitely, and Game Lord seems to be getting to the late game.
Lonely Kid still has his ult. I don't know that you want this, Milup.
Exactly. Lonely Kid still has his ult. He would have defended it, but they got the turret. They got what they wanted. And the only thing that Viv Esports is getting right now is the turrets. They got a Baron lane turret and a Dragon lane turret. Sure, they lost every single other objective, but they do have the 2 turrets, which can provide a good advantage. Although Game Lord has saved the most important one, which is the mid lane turret, right? That's the turret that we constantly talk about. That's the one that you want to keep alive, and that's the one that Game Lord has been keeping alive.
Yeah, although this is kind of like, in a way, a flashback to game 1. Viv are ahead. They have this composition that if they find a single target, they can lock Game Lord out of the fight. However, I think this time there's more damage threats. If Game Lord can get... that damage. If Game Lord can get Rift Herald to work on mid lane tower, it's still full health, so they need a push on with it as well. That's how they can break through. They're going to make the play now, as they've seen Milup in the bottom lane. They know Vice towards top lane, and that's a great charm onto Fleur. Is going to push him out, and Ruiz does run into one member of Viv. Tyrus is going to be able to back away. 100 health on that mid tower. Game Lord can crack it, and now the healing comes through from Game Lord. But in from the side, Milup is going to be able to pick up one as Zefta is going to find 2. It's Tyrus down, and now Kranix is in trouble as Kranix on such low health into the cannon form, and Milup dies after getting a triple kill. He did everything he could, but I think the mid lane tower plus Zefta picking up the kills is going to counterbalance the fact that 4 members of Game Lord just died.
It is going to counterbalance the fact, but if we look into this replay, there's so much to talk about. First of all, this was a good Rift Herald. This is when you put down the Rift Herald. Game Lord made a mistake in the second game, but in this game, this is what you want to do. And look at this as well. Heste and Redemption being able to keep Ruiz alive, but then it's Sharks diving in the backline with the Irelia. And this is the problem that you have, right? You cannot deal with assassins like Irelia and the Akali. Milup and Sharks diving the backline, killing all 3, and Milup runs away. So this seems to be the win condition for Viv Esports right there. If they are able to, first of all, keep the Ziggs alive, and then secondly, dive themselves as well. And they have the composition for that because they do have the Braum. Then Viv Esports could still take this game, Stress.
Oh, Zefta is so rich. Like, he's got so much gold in this game. The closest to him is basically Milup and Sharks, who they have threat. We just saw in that fight, like Milup, you mentioned it, getting into the backline, dealing the damage. But when Zefta's still alive, you've got to get this primary carry out of the game. He is so strong. Ziggs ultimate is going to be used to push through that bottom lane, or at least I should say defend the push through bottom lane from Game Lord. But now they have another wave of minions they're going to try and push through. And when Zefta's in front of a tower with the hypercharge ability 2 on Jace does a lot of work. Redemption's in threat in the middle lane, is trying to get under the tower, is going to try and heal himself up. Can't though, because there's an ignite ticking. That's also healing reduction that we didn't bring on in this exchange. Milup doesn't have an Oblivion Orb yet, but if he does get it, that's going to make those kills even easier, as Heste's going to try and run down Game Lord, try and settle themselves mid lane again. There's only 2 members here, Zefta and Heste. 3 members. Here comes the Assault and Battery, and that's Heste in trouble. They're going to be left for dead. It does stasis. Don't even know whether that was worth it at this point, as that's dominating Milup.
Sharks died in the Baron lane, unfortunately. I don't think that was the right thing to do. If Sharks had just stayed alive, then they would have had 5 people up against 4. Seraphim, Redemption on the Seraphim wasted his ultimate as well, by the way. So this would have been a good opportunity for Viv Esports to go for the Dragon. But unfortunately, Sharks fell by being in the Baron lane at the wrong moment. So right now, I don't think Viv Esports can take this Dragon anymore. As you can see here, right there, Milub just catching out Redemption. And even though he missed his third ability, he just kills him pretty easily. Anyways, he didn't even have to use the second charge of his ultimate. Right here, Viv Esports is actually going for the Dragon.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Sharks is not close enough, but neither is Hester. There's some of that team fighting and sustain that will not be available for this fight. Ruiz is forced to flash back away over the wall, and Lonely Kid is right in the middle of it all. Does try and get the decimate onto multiple people, and look at how low Tyrus is. The jungler has fallen. That's now going to open the window for Zefter to come in and steal this Dragon away. The smite is there. The double kill for Zefter as well, and it's 3 members of Viv dead. They're moving their way towards that Baron. All 5 members are going to sustain up very quickly from Game Lord with these 2 supports, and they're going to be able to take the Baron. I think that's the fight that's going to break this game in favor of Game Lord even stronger.
Yeah, and for some reason, Viv Esports went for a 4 versus 5 engage, missing out a key champion in their champion, which is Sharks. As we can see, Sharks full HP with his ultimate, but they didn't even wait for him.
Really great understanding of Game Lord from what they needed to do here. They knew if mid tower falls, it's even harder for, or at least if mid tower stays, it's harder even for Viv to come back into this game. Hester,
He fat-fingered it.
Well, that means he fat-fingered both his flash and his crescendo, so I don't know.
Okay, never mind then, actually.
I think Hester maybe thought that that's where Sharks was. I'm not going to make excuses from him. That's a big teamfight tool that is no longer available for Game Lord. But they took the Baron. They've got a lot of strength right now to push this game through.
Yeah, but I like, if we look at this replay, look at Sharks. He's the Aurelia. He's waiting right there. And Viv Esports is just doing a full fight while missing a champion. And on the opposite side, Game Lord is only missing the Sona, which is not as much, but it bought enough time for Lonely Kid on the Darius to get out his ultimate, because there was no Aurelia to deal damage to him. And right here, if Darius has 70% HP and restarted his ultimate, you know the team fight is over, Stress.
Yeah, at that point, there's no real way of fighting back. Millip has tried to push out bot lane, but that leaves the team a little bit unprotected in the top side. They don't have the threat for the kills, and they don't have the health bars left anymore. Redemption is going to heal the rest of his team up all the way through. This is Game Lord. Hester, these crescendos have not exactly been what you're looking for, but it doesn't matter. Game Lord, they're in such a commanding position. They have got the full stack pushing through top lane, and they are going to be able to push it down with this wave. Super minions, Baroned up when they eventually get there, will be pushing into the base. It's not going to be enough though, as Millip tries to go aggressive. So does Sharks. They tried to do it with the Akali and the Aurelia, but Game Lord bounced back from a game 1 loss into a 2-1 win over Viv Esports. Game Lord, the first team making it to the upper bracket finals.
Don't give Zefta Jace, all right? Let that be a lesson. Put it in your heads. I'm talking to you teams out there. You know, I'm talking to all of the teams. Do not give him Jace. No matter the circumstance, if you give Jace to him, he just hard carries the game. And if you look into some of these replays, Lonely Kid as well, looking surprisingly good on the Darius. He was a big part of the reason why they won this game. And honestly, the entire team of Game Lord did really well. Although we saw some bad ultimates from Sona, from Heste, but it's fine. He compensated for it in the second game. He played that Alistar in the second game. He still did an amazing job.
Heste's like, how does this champion work? What do I do with this? Do I just flash in? Is this it? Honestly, like the situation they were in at the end, I mean, it really didn't have that much to say on the game, especially when, as you said, Lonely Kid was doing so much work. Zefta in these fights, playing the Jace exactly how he needed to. And, you know, we saw this fight in mid lane where we thought perhaps the Akali has done enough damage from Viv, but it's the mid lane tower going down. Zefta taking everybody out in the back line, holds the game in Game Lord's favor heavily, and then allows him to take a dragon, take the Baron, and really punish Viv for starting the dragon when they shouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, and there was potential for Viv to win, and that was catching out the enemies, right? They had the composition for it, and they did actually. They caught out enemies multiple times, but then they took this losing fight. They went for a fight without Sharks, who is the Aurelia, which is a very important champion in their composition. They gave Lonely Kid all of his stacks, and of course the team fight was over. And we saw the late game power of having that Sona Seraphim, by the way, because look at this fight, by the way. They have so many barriers. They have so much healing, like constant barriers and healing, while dealing so much damage from Zefta on that Jace. Just like it worked out. The composition from Game Lord worked out, Stress.
It really did. We had our reservations a little bit since, Sona Seraphine has been out of the meta for a little while. We saw it last year. Stuart was giving me the heads up during the drafting in the game that of course it is a previous meta, but honestly, we're talking about recent meta. We're talking about Jace. We're talking about the shock blasts ripping through people. 8-0-6 in this game for Zefta. And although Ruiz wasn't getting the kills this game, his Ahri gives GameLord such a solid mid lane presence that it's so hard for enemies to play around this pick champion.
Yeah, I mean, Zefta didn't even give a shutdown to the enemy. It's going 8-0. Look at how much damage he did as well. Like, on the Jace, doing the most damage, tanking the most damage, and not even dying a single time. Absolute perfect gameplay from Zefta. And that's why we talk about him constantly, right? This is one of the best junglers in Europe, and just constantly proving that he can do this. He can just hard carry the game. And as you can see, GameLord was not even that, like, they were not even ahead in this game. There were some points that they got ahead a little bit, but it was very equal. It was only in that very late game when they got some nice teamfights, when they pushed that mid lane tower with the Rift Herald, that's when they really got that massive advantage and how they won the game.
Yeah, really back and forth game from a back and forth series. And I mean, in Europe, we have such good junglers. Like we have Vex, we have Zefta, SC7's in the mix, Andre is still there, and I feel like I'm going to be forgetting people, so I'm sorry if I've forgotten your name. We just have so many good junglers that I cannot wait to see how our junglers match up on the world stage. Let's take a look at our player of the game. I'm pretty sure it's going to feature Zefta pretty heavily, as his Jace just destroyed Viv in game 3.
Yeah, definitely. So while we take a look at it, it is a dragon fight right there. It's indeed the last fight where Sharks was missing. And if we look at Redemption, his ultimate did get blocked by Fluor, by the way. So Fluor did his job as a Braum, but then Lonely Kid. Have your eyes on Lonely Kid right there. He's able to get his stacks. He's able to get that passive enabled from Darius. And right then and there, the fight is won. Because Hestay constantly healing up Lonely Kid. And same goes for Redemption. Basically just playing their composition truly to their powers. Because Lonely Kid got his passive and he was constantly getting healed up.
Yeah, GameLord I think looks so much better when they have multiple threats that can actually carry. Even though, it's very similar. We see Zefta doing a lot of the work in this game, and we've seen Redemption carry a lot of the work in other games. When they were in game 1 only really having the Orianna as a threat, I feel like they looked a little bit like off their game as such. So I think this is a much better look for GameLord. It's when we've seen them be the most successful. We have to crown an MVP of this series. I think there's no surprises from this one. 2 games, really strong performances from Zefta on this Jace jump.
Yeah, exactly. It's obviously Jace, right? It's just, I mean, look at him. He constantly enabled them to make those plays, just really playing the Jace perfectly. And like, I'm just excited to see more of Zefta. And I mean, obviously Jace is going to get banned in future matches, but he can play everything else as well, right? We've seen his Lee Sin as well. We've seen some other champions. Just this guy can play everything. This guy has GameLord on his back. Like, he's the jungler that you need to enable the amazing players that GameLord has. He's the jungler that you need to get ahead in the game, and then the rest carries the game. But he does the carrying himself as well. So he kind of takes all of the credit. Not sure if that, I mean, it works out for them. Zefta is just such an amazing player.
Yeah, yes. It's a different play style from that game 1. I think the Gragas didn't look quite as clean. It doesn't matter though, because Zefta just did enough work in the second games. I think an honorable mention probably goes to Hester. When it comes to like game 1 on the Nami, it felt like GameLord weren't pushing forward, weren't being aggressive at any point. Then as soon as Hester goes, okay, let's to play the Alistair, we'll play the Sona. I think the support was a little bit less necessary in that third game. I think honorable mention there, GameLord looked back to their full strength in game number 2. And a very interesting set of drafts. I want to hear a little bit about that return to an older meta as we hear from Redemption, the bot lane carry from GameLord, who is sitting with Stuart for an interview.
Thank you very much, Stress. I'm indeed joined by Redemption. Redemption, what a crazy series overall. How does you and the team feel after that victory?
We feel very good, obviously, and thank you for having me.
Awesome stuff. Obviously, as yourself, the Seraphine Sona bot lane as well, bringing back a bit of an old meta that we saw from last year. Is that something you have planned going into the draft? Or was it like, it's like the perfect moment for you to choose it?
We actually thought pre-draft on game 3 that Seraphine Sona was an option, but on R3 we went for something that we didn't want it to initially, and then we were like, okay, just go Seraphine Sona, and yeah, it was prepared, and it worked.
Yeah, it worked out in the end for you after a very, very close series. Obviously, next up as well, WREC against Formulation. You'll be facing the winner. Who do you think is going to win in that matchup?
I think WREC will take the win.
Awesome. So potentially the two titans and the two big ones in the finals. And if it is WREC, who do you think is gonna come out on top? Do you think you can take down WREC?
I think we can take down WREC. Obviously, we are not playing to our top level. We are actually in a slope right now, and we are doing the best we can to come back from that slope. But
I mean, hopefully you get to play your AP majors that you love, and hopefully you bring back your Corki as well. Redemption, thank you very much for joining me on the broadcast. Good luck as well in the next round in the upper bracket final. Hopefully we get to speak to you again soon.
Thank you.
I feel like it's me versus the world on this Formulation WREC matchup. Everybody's saying WREC. However, when I casted them in January, I came in being like, WREC are going to win. And then they got demolished. So there's still an opportunity. We're going to have to let it all play out on the Rift in our next series. It is our second semi-final. Some crazy Wild Rift action today. We'll be back in a few minutes for WREC versus Formulation. We're going to find out who will be facing Game Lord in the next round. Stay with us. We will be right back.
My hidden talents is actually I do like to play the piano, and also I do like to rap and write my own songs.
Watch movies, spend time with family or friends.
I mostly just like to play other games, just different single-player games and RPGs and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, I just play Osu. That's it.
I enjoy playing with my dogs and program in the meantime.
I enjoy spending time with my family.
I like watching some videos, I like watching movies. You know, some movies from Quentin Tarantino. Those are masterpieces.
I enjoy going to gym or cooking food.
I do enjoy doing sports, playing basketball.
This is all my day, going with friends, playing Wild Rift and doing some esports.
Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how
Whew, that's the kind of steal you like to see, where Xin Zhao even gets himself out. We'll see whether you guessed the correct ending. Put it in chat whether you did. Tell the truth. Tell the truth if you did. I'm Stress, joined by Stuart for our second series of the day, our second semi-final of the day. And we've just come off a really hype series between Game Lord and Viv Esports. Now we get to turn our attention to one of the other titans of WREC and one of the other underdogs of Formulation. Both of these teams, I think, have had some pretty good games so far, but both have kind of faltered a little bit from time to time. So, Stuart, this is going to be a hype series. We're going to get into it in a minute or two, but let's hear from Hells on what his topics of picks to watch are for this game.
Thank you very much, Stress. So between WREC and Formulation Gaming, we know Ziggs is a power pick. This is not only between them, but we know this is between every team. And recently, people have started to understand that Ziggs is kind of broken. And we're definitely going to see it with these two teams, especially from WREC. We saw Doom play a lot of Ziggs. But then talking about another player that plays a certain champion is Faco. He plays Seraphine, and oh my god, was it good. We saw it happen a few days ago. Just, this guy is phenomenal on Seraphine, and I bet you that he's gonna pull it off today as well. So is she gonna get banned? Is she gonna get picked? That's gonna be interesting. But talking about pick and bans, WREC has a very wide pool of champions, right? Like WREC can play it all, and that's kind of their power. Like if you ban away the Ziggs, Doom is just gonna play something else. If you ban away whatever you want, like whatever you think is good to ban away against WREC, they're just gonna pull off something else and pick it. It doesn't really matter. So that is it for the key points. It's gonna be very interesting to see what the game is gonna be like. So back to Stress and Stuart to cast the game.
Thanks, Hells. Stuart. So, WREC, they theoretically are one of the big titans of the tournament. Explain perhaps to newer viewers, like WREC's legacy from last year a little bit and why we have such high estimation and expectations on them.
Yeah, of course. I mean, last year in the Origin series, they won pretty much every single month of Origin series. Unfortunately, they did fall at the last hurdle and they weren't able to go to the Rising Cup. But some of these players, the likes of Doom, the likes of Snitch, have been around from Wild Rift since the start, and they're players that you should all keep your eyes on as well. And Hal said it briefly there as well. You know, you got wide champion pools on the side of WREC because they've been playing the game so long. They know the game as well from playing PC League of Legends beforehand as well. So they got, like I said, a legacy in the game as well. But one thing I want to talk about Formulation as well, actually, is that how unpredictable they are as well. There's so many interesting picks that me and you know about from Formulation. It's going to be really, really interesting.
Yeah, we've had the pleasure of casting Formulation a little bit as they were coming up. The lineups here: Random, SE7, Snitch, Doom, and Clue, are kind of an all-star lineup for WREC. On the other side, Formulation, it's UI, Kimau, Don, Feko, and Zawa. And for me, the reason that I predicted Formulation is because they play a style that I really love watching. They actually team fight pretty much, I would say, better than most teams in the WREC. And the reason for that comes from those unorthodox picks. Feko, we've already heard a little bit about the Seraphine bottom lane. He's played the Galio bottom lane, loves playing. He's kind of like a hybrid of like tank, utility, but can also build damage carries down in the bottom lane. Very different from what teams were playing coming into the split. And we've started to see teams adapt that. We just in our last game saw Seraphine being played as a bot lane carry here. So I think Formulation showed that they have a lot of things under their belt. It kind of depends now. Can they make it work against such high standard laners like WREC have?
They got a mountain to climb indeed to try and take down WREC. And WREC, we haven't seen them play for the last few weeks, so maybe they've come up with something new as well. They didn't play during the week, so but not a lot of people know what they've been, preparing behind the scenes. Maybe they've been preparing a few hidden picks that we don't know about, playing scrims and everything as well. Formulation, we know a little bit about them already, but like I said, they're so unpredictable. And Feko, you said as well, the Seraphine, we saw Seraphine Sona last game, which shout out to Redemption Heste. I love you guys for playing the combo, bringing a bit of a flashback to when I used to play Seraphine Sona with Komoto as well, who plays
in
for
my
KTRL.
day, I used to play Seraphine and Sona in the bottom lane. Right, so we're into drafts for game one. I'll stop memeing you because this is one of the most important series we're going to have. Okay, WREC, I think you've got to ban the Ziggs away from Doom. Like, Doom looked too good last week on this Ziggs, and we've seen how high priority Ziggs Rakan is. So for WREC, I think it's too strong in that bottom lane. Rakan banned away from Formulation. Zawa is not going to have that engaged potential. Now we look to Olaf being banned a whole lot. We've seen a lot of Fiora bans, some Ziggs bans, the Yuumi bans. Like, I wonder where Formulation will stand stick their bottom lane bans here.
I think it was the last game of the last series. We didn't see Fiora picked or banned, so that's 100% pick ban rate for Fiora out the window now, which we I think we spoke about yesterday in the headlines. But already focusing a lot on Zawa, Rix.GG. You know, Rakan taken away, Galio support taken away. Obviously, Fekko's played as a dual lane, as a dual lane carry as well. The Varus being banned away, decidable formulation. Olaf as well. These are pretty standard bans, to be fair. Nothing really too crazy. In the last series, we saw Fiora lose twice, but you don't want to give SE7 or random Fiora because these two work so well. And the Jace being banned as well. So set is potentially open. Obviously, Ziggs is open as well.
Yeah.
Not too sure if it's going to have high priority just yet, or it's going to be the Gragas instead.
Yeah, I think that, of course, could go random SE7 Snitch. Ziggs, I think, is a really strong pickup here from Formulation. I think you needed to take it off Doom. And I'm going to be a little controversial and say that the games that I've watched from Rix and the ones that I have casted, I felt that when Doom isn't on a Varus or a Ziggs or an Orianna, I think he struggled to have as much priority and presence in the game as some of our other carries from that bottom lane. However, Corki is, I think, a really good, solid pick in the same vein, where you have that survivability, you're able to play towards the late game. With the Thresh, you have a lot of security as well.
And Zawa's champion pool already is getting lower and lower down the list. We see fast picks happening as well. Don, mid lane, Irelia, we've seen it before. Most likely will be played in the mid lane. But Zawa's champion pool, Rakan's gone, Galio's gone. The early priority on the Thresh as well. We've seen Zawa play all of these champions. And to be honest, I don't know if we've seen much else from him from every other champion. So maybe he will have to play something else from the WREC that we haven't seen him play before. But that was a really quick first round of the draft. Jack's being banned away. Again, you know, we spoke about Corki. I think the Corki ban for the side of Game Lord in the last series is something that all teams do against Game Lord, just because how comfortable and how strong redemption is on the Corki. But it's being picked up this time by Doom. I haven't seen it too much for Doom, but I think, like you said, a champion overall, that's just really safe. The package that it offers as well, that team fight presence in that first 4 minutes of the game is going to be really important in the series.
Garen getting banned out. There's a lot of melee range so far for Formulation with the set and the Irelia. If they were to pick a Garen, something like that, it might be exploitable by a Darius from Rix. We know his Darius got a quadra kill in week 1 of this tournament, so it's always going to be a pick that's available for Rix as long as it isn't banned. Renekton taken off the board. A lot of this melee range and Baron lane focus from both teams as well. Let's see where Rix go with their last one. This could be set in the Baron lane. It could be set as a support. I mean, we were seeing set jungle, but it's been a couple of weeks before we've really seen that, well, at least since we've seen that being picked up.
I mean, interestingly enough, this makes me feel like it might even be a set Gragas matchup as well, because both teams are banning out barrel laners. So both teams are kind of, I guess, baiting each other in a way, in terms of like, okay, we're going to ban out barrel laners, so you have to play Gragas in the top lane because there's nothing else. And then it's the same on Rix as well. And there's loads of baron lane champions. Oh, Nunu by Kimau. We've seen this a little bit. The zone control that Nunu offers as well is really strong. Kimau's played it a couple of times as well. So potentially waiting for that last pick, the flex pick, which is a great thing about red side. You can leave a pick until last. You can say to Rix, okay, we need to see what you've got now for the Baron lane, and then we'll decide whether we want this set to go in support or in the Baron lane.
And the one thing that the Nunu does on top of the Irelia and the Ziggs, you've got a lot of things to avoid in a team fight now, like the Irelia stun, the Nunu ultimate, like a lot of zone control. That's a Riven picked up. So we'll see whether it's going to be random or Snitch taking the Riven through this game. Last pick will fill in the gaps on this pick and ban phase. And there's randoms Darius. We talked about it already. So jungle Gragas, Riven in the middle lane, likely into Don's Irelia. Irelia has been played by Don a number of times already this split.
This could be an interesting flex. I have to mention that we've seen a lot of Riven being played in the jungle, especially in other regions like SEA, Korea and China have played a lot of Riven jungle. Maybe SE7 is going to pick it up. The last pick is going to be the Brom, so it is going to be set up in the Baron lane with Don playing mid lane on the Irelia. But I'm interested to see where this flex pick's going to go. Is it going to be Riven in the jungle with Gragas mid, or is it going to be Gragas jungle and Riven mid? Because I haven't really seen Snitch play too much Riven, unless it's it's again a pick that we haven't seen from them, because we haven't seen them for a few weeks and they haven't been playing in any other tournaments. So it's hard for teams to kind of predict RICS because they've probably been working on a few things behind the scenes.
Yeah, and one thing I want to bring up, these two team compositions, like Formulation basically saying like good luck ever getting to Fekko on this Ziggs, like diving past a Nunu, past a Braum. Even the Aurelia causes problems there to lock people down. Set can peel, for instance, that Riven right off the Ziggs. So if Formulation can get the team fights the way they need to, it should be quite easy to protect Fekko. However, RICS, we know how good they can be. We know how they are going to be able to scale into the later game as well with the Corki. Like, it's not like Ziggs has free reign of the late game. Corki can do a very similar job. And if you can use that package to good effect and really cut the team fights up, maybe there's an opportunity there for RICS. But I think this is a very interesting set of drafts. It's very much what I expect Formulation to play. And RICS, as you said, we haven't seen much of them from the last couple of weeks, but I think they have some big power picks that we can expect, for instance, Random to go huge on.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Random on the Darius. Doom, we don't really see much on the Corki, but it's still a pick that works really, really well. And we'll have to see where that Riven and Gragas go. But I think you set it up perfectly for Formulation. Their job is basically to protect the Ziggs. They got the Braum, they got the Nunu for the zone control as well. So it's going to be hard for the likes of, Gragas, Riven, and Darius to try and dive onto these Ziggs. But that's going to be enough. I'm really interested to see what it's going to be. Okay, so it's going to be the Gragas mid and SE7 playing Riven jungle, as I kind of not really, I wouldn't say predicted, but kind of maybe expected it to be.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of flexibility on blue side, which is less standard than on red side. That is a heavy vote coming from chat. I think what I would say is, for me, as somebody who came into the scene after the end of last year's competitions and not seeing how dominant RICS were in the Origin series, my memory of RICS is in January, where we saw SE7 overextending, Random like doing a good job at carrying, but like RICS struggling to get team fights, struggling to engage. And I'm a little bit temperamental because this Formulation composition denies team fights very well. I think RICS have the ability to do it. I just have a little bit of like a different warped sense compared to some other people. And Don is now in a little bit of trouble. This is one of the things with Aurelia, is you can get pushed in quite heavily in the early game. Snitch is going to be able to push and roam and get vision control. And this early game, pretty quiet to start out. Zawa trying to get up towards the middle lane as Snitch now is in a bit of trouble. Random, he will get the heal though. Haymaker is gonna punch through Random's defenses. UI will end up falling to SE7, and Random just misread that trade.
That's a solo kill for UI on Random. That's something that I did not expect coming into this series. But in the end, SE7 was able to follow up with the Riven. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned briefly about RICS.GG. Obviously, they have changed their lineup ever so slightly from the one we saw last year with like Doom, who played jungle last year. He's moved back to his AD carry role, which is what he prefers. SE7, obviously, when we both last casted before the WREC RICS.GG, I think SE7 was still quite new to the team. So they're still trying to, get their bearings and things like that. And you can see that,
his bearings, the top lane right now, gets the stun, looking for the second kill on this Riven. Haymaker once again is going to cause problems. UI is going to be able to get out of that. So well played to be able to get out of that with no summoners.
Yeah, really, really well played by UI using the Haymaker. You just see how much shielding that the set gets. And Clue is, I don't think Clue is ever been in a lane. I don't even think Zawa's ever been in duo lane as well. I think it's just a Corki versus Ziggs solo duo lane at the moment. It looks like there's a little bit of exchange by them two as well in the duo lane, but both them teams should be okay. But yeah, I mean, no surprise that RICS.GG has the favour of the Twitch chat. RICS.GG has a load of fans, Liza, Snitch and Doom has a lot of fans, Random as well, and no surprise that the fans also, or the community of Wild Rift is also voting for RICS.GG.
Rightfully so. I mean, when RICS have been like dominant, I mean, Random has torn through the top lane. Like Random has looked head and shoulders in previous games higher than any of his top lane competition. And that's why it's so surprising that we saw him misread the trade here and die in a 1v1 against UI. Like, that does not happen. However, this is what RICS do, is they punish when they can. UI does not have his flash available, and while it's Thresh and Random here, now it's going to be Kimau trying to get the lockdown. There's the suplex attempt, but it's not enough as he bleeds during the animation. Good kill from RICS. This is what they do, is they assess where that they're starting to kind of hemorrhage a little bit from the top side, and now they've repeat ganked UI to make sure he can't get presence on this game.
The Clue's just been first at the moment. Zawa's been a bit slow on these rotations. Excuse me, and Braum doesn't really do too much on these rotations either. You can see kind of how strong Thresh can be using the hook, which didn't land that time, but you can use a hook and even use the lantern as well to help Random get out of a difficult situation, which allowed Random to flash in, use the ultimate and kill off UI, and then use lantern to get away. But now they're going in for another fight.
Yeah, Kimau does not have absolute zero available. They used the Mega Inferno bomb to get the damage down, and here comes Don. This is the way the Formulation have played their team fights, is they've had these assassins jump into the backline. It's Feko that picks up one, and I believe UI picked up the other. Kimau on this Nunu is very hard to outsmite, but the eye has opened on the back of the Herald. They split this fight up, and UI is going to be able to deal damage from the side as Feko picks up the Rift Herald. The low health bars. SE7 gets dropped as well. It's Feko on such low health. Snitch is the only member alive, and he's waiting on cooldowns. UI is going to step onto the barrel. It's a double kill for Snitch. Kimau is going to back away because Feko out of health, out of mana, and nearly out of time as Clue is trying to close the distance. I think Formulation will get away with that. The fact that they get the Rift Herald will allow them to kind of push down the middle lane, but that is a very back and forth fight.
We've had 10 kills already in 5 minutes of Wild Rift action, Stress. This is what we love about Wild Rift, just constant action, loads of team fights, and hopefully we get a replay on that Herald fight very soon. But Feko did pick up the Rift Herald in the end, and he's going to look to try and use that with his satchel charge to maybe try and break down this mid lane tower. You normally see the jungler securing the Herald, and now we're going to look back at it. You can see the initial engage by WREC. We didn't see the initial engage, unfortunately, by WREC, but this was the engage by Snitch. Really good explosive cast, but Don being able to dive onto the back line, stun Doom as well, and get the kill. These are just really, really low health bars, but throughout all of this, Snitch was able to just stay healthy throughout the whole of this fight, using the passive, using the regeneration that he gets from using his abilities, and it was just really, really close fight overall. And Herald was so low throughout the whole of that. It's like both teams were like, okay, Shelly, you can just chill for a little bit. We're not going to kill you. We're just going to team fight first. We're going to fight over you.
A little bit fortunate for Snitch that Feko had 0 mana at the end of that. I think like 1 bouncing bomb plus the consume from Kimau would have been enough. Nunu, we know how difficult he is to unseat when it comes to actually taking objectives, and that's what Formulation do, taking that first Drake. Here's that play onto mid lane tower that they're going to do, and they've done it before the minion wave actually arrives. So if they can get close enough, I don't know. You need to put another 300 or 400 damage down. Zig's ultimate is going to split the fight, but that's massive damage in exchange. Explosive cast. Snitch has played this beautifully, and they pick up the first kill onto Zawa. A misplay by Formulation. It was too early. Absolute Zero comes through, but SE7 with the AoE damage from the side on this Riven is going to open the door for Doom to pick up 1. They don't connect with Don's ultimate, and that's 3 dead. Rift Herald did not get the tower. Formulation with a blunder in middle lane is going to allow Rix to settle themselves on the map.
Yeah, like you said, a little bit of a misplay by Formulation in the mid lane. They used the Rift Herald. They didn't even use the Rift Herald near the tower, so the Rift Herald had to walk his way to the mid lane, and that allowed Rix.GG to just quickly roam to the mid lane. If the Rift Herald was maybe used a little bit closer, it would have been fine, but you can see here, they're trying to walk up, they're trying to take the mid lane tower, but a great explosive cast by Snitch splits up the team fight. It means that Don's on the side, which means that Clue comes in, and the flank as well by SE7. The triple stun into the knock up as well. They tried to get a few members Formulation to try and die. You see Snitch and he had to go a little bit overextending, but in the end, a little bit of a misplay by Formulation. I think they just really wanted to take advantage of that Rift Herald, but unfortunately weren't able to. UI.
UI. This game started so well. He's going to have to haymaker his way out of this one. Saves it. Flashes during the animation. Here comes Kamau into the bottom lane. If he can lock Random in place, Random actually keeps himself under the tower to get stunned. Zig's ultimate forces the flash. That's a big cooldown used on both sides, and Random gets away. 3 kills on the board, and considering UI solo killed him to start this game, Random has fought his way back into it. Now Feko does not have his flash, has his barrier, gets blasted back in this one, and now falls. And Formulation, this is starting to fall apart for them. Their whole composition is based around team fighting, and they're getting killed piecemeal through the jungle on the bottom side. Now Zawa low health. Clue is going to at least be around as Doom is trying to push mid lane. Formulation needs to kind of settle down and stop taking some of these fights when they don't have everybody there.
Yeah, they're getting picked off around the map at the moment, honestly, but really, really well played by Rex and by Random and Snitch, catching out UI in the duo lane, and SE7 just using the sweeper just around the other side of the wall, realizing that Ziggs was there. And Yeah, we haven't really spoken too much about this Riven, but Riven, the jungle, just has so much mobility. You can move around the map so much. It's not really a popular pick here in the EU, but as I mentioned in draft, it has been a popular pick in other regions like SEA, and it just shows in this game as well. When you have that extra mobility, when you have the flank potential of Riven as well, you can do so much damage. You get that crowd control as well. And Feko's having a little bit of a tough time on the Ziggs, and as you said, you know, the comp is mainly worked around defending Ziggs, but he hasn't been defending quite well this game.
Yeah, part of the problem is like this composition wants Rix to engage towards it, and then they back away and like utilize that zone control, have Feko with so much distance between the damage of Rix and him so that he never gets fought or never gets caught. The problem is the mid lane play, they're playing forward into the tower to try and get it down. So Feko's having to overextend forward. It's the same in that bot lane play. They don't have enough members there to defend him. And it just means that this composition is not actually being activated in the way that they need to. And now that SE7, he has the Proto Belt as well. If you can get that Proto Belt stun out from Riven onto Ziggs, it's so hard for you to survive from that. Gonna need to make sure the stasis is there for Feko, needs that flash to be available as much as he possibly can as well. If you get that flash burn, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you need to make sure you just don't overextend if you're Feko as well, because one explosive cast by Snitch could be a difference. So speaking of explosive cast,
there's one onto Zawa, no real follow-up there. And Feko has low mana though. That's not the situation that this Ziggs needs to be in. Perhaps need a little more itemization required on the mana regen. I think this might be a risky start here because SE7 can close the gap quick enough. I know they have the Nunu with the consume. Rift Herald used in the middle lane is going to break it. Glacial Fissure is going to split this fight. The low health bars though on formulation already, and they haven't started channeling. Absolute zero. SE7 has already picked off Zawa. Kimao is down, didn't even use that ultimate. Now Feko is in a lot of trouble. They have found another team fight. Rift Herald is already pushed through mid tower, and Rix are demolishing the team fight comp from formulation.
Beautiful flank by SE7 in the end. You can see the formulation were the ones that tried to start the Dragons, start the initial team fight. Unfortunately for them, it just didn't work out. They didn't get to pick up the members that they wanted to, or they picked up random, but then if you kill random, SE7 is still alive. If you kill someone else, then, you know, Doom is still alive. It is just so many targets that you need to focus on the side of Rix. You see, UI with a flank here does use the ultimate onto Random, but Random just protobots away, and he's completely fine at the moment. He's tanking up all the damage, and then SE7, look at the combo there. The body slam, the knock up by SE7 afterwards as well, and that's the wombo combo that Rix.gg can offer, and they pick up a perfect team fight. Like you said, it's pretty dominant at the moment. Nearly a 10,000 gold lead already for the side of Rix.gg, and Formulation going to try and take this top lane tower. There's 4 members up here as well. SE7 is split pushing down in this dual lane as well. You need to be careful, but Random's here as well. They're going to start fighting a 4v4.
Random has his Proto Belt. If he wants to go, he can, but they're going to deny because they know, of course, SE7 pushing down that bottom lane. It's not too much that they just lost from that. Rix will be able to kind of reset back on the map and make sure that they keep their lead. I think Rix, I'm starting to see that they've put together the pieces a little bit more on a team than the individuals that we saw coming into week 1 and the first few weeks. It feels like Rix are very much now on the same page, and it's hard to beat because you've got these superstar players who are great individually, now pairing that up to be a great team on top of it. And I think that's the difference here, is like Rix seem to have fixed a lot of the issues that I had, concerns about coming into this tournament.
Yeah, we like to call that a super team. That's what we call it.
Avoid using that term. I don't want to use that term. That's always the curse when you start calling people super teams.
We can see it's already been cursed as well from PC League of Legends and the LEC, but we won't talk about that. We'll focus on Wild Rift. But SE7 nearly has 4 items. I think he's going for Infinity Edge as well. It looks like as the his 4th item, but insane damage that he can offer, and yet he's just gonna easily killed Don here. Don's in a lot of trouble.
Don, his flash is like 1 second away. He's ticking down. Will get dropped by the ignite from Clue. Glacial Fissure, these are low health bars. If Feko can keep himself safe and deal damage from a distance, there's an opportunity here for Formulation. Couldn't quite get the engage as the flash comes through from Clue, and that was touch and go for a moment for Rix, but they've been pushing through topside at the same time. Rix is just causing problems in too many locations for Formulation to deal with. There's minions pushing down in the bottom lane tower. Random is pushing in the middle lane. The top tower has already fallen as SE7 is going to go and finish the job on this inner tower. And Rix, they're just really smothering Formulation out of this game.
The macro play by Rex.gg is completely perfect at the moment. You know, 6 towers to 1. You could tell that they're just trying to split up the map. SC7's down the Dura lane. You see Corki and a Thresh in the mid lane. And the Corki even roamed up to the Baron lane as well to help Snitch. So it's kind of playing, it's sort of 1-3-1 style where they can just force Formulation to roam around the map as 5 and force them to try and make plays. And in a situation like that where Formulation tried to pick up a fight, unfortunately they couldn't in the end, but Hook lands, that was in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Zhao's on a ward is the biggest problem there. They haven't been able to sweep it out. Kamau is going to at least spot the ward, but he's going to end up falling from this. Had to pop the Gargoyle Stone Plate, gets the absolute zero interrupted right away, and now that means that Nunu does not have the potency that it needs. Fekko, he's such low health that from a distance he only hits his ultimate onto 1, and yes, Don's got 1 kill. Yes, they're starting to get a few pieces of damage down, but look, there's enough of Rix to be able to push through, because all the way SC7 has been pushing through bottom lane, has been pushing through the Dragon lane and nearly catches Fekko as well. That is an inhibitor, and SC7, the new jungler on Rix, has decided he wants to play side lane this game and is eating through the base of Formulation. He's going to try and 2 versus 1. He's tanking up 2 towers. He's buying the space for top lane push for Rix, and I think this game is all but done. Formulation have struggled to find their footing on the game, and they're 16,000 gold down at 15 minutes into the game.
This is one of the cleanest macro games I think I've seen from a team in the WREC. The perfect situation of putting pressure in all 3 lanes, and SC7 as well. They're even winning 4 versus 5 fights as well. You can see SC7 is down the Dura lane. Set and Ziggs are trying to roam up as well. It's currently 4 versus 3 for Rix, but then even when the roam comes in as well, Fekko already gets taken down to 1 HP by all this Corki damage. And you can see that they're trying to get fights and trying to get situations because they're in a 4 versus 5 situation, but Doom is just over the wall doing so much damage to the side of Formulation. And meanwhile, whilst all this is happening, SC7 is just pushing down the Dura lane, gets the inhibitor as well, and now you're always going to have that constant pressure. You're always going to have these super minions that can be pushing in the Dura lane and also in the Baron lane as well. And you can see Bricks, they don't realize that they're standing on the wall. They're trying to get a pick here. Maybe Formulation can try and look to capitalize on that. But look, SC7 again, again, is just in the Dura lane. He doesn't care at all. The jungler is split pushing in the Dura lane. It's not a lot that you really say that. Not a lot of times.
No, very infrequent, because you want that jungler around your objectives to be able to smite. But look at the mobility of SC7 to close the gap. Now they know that the bot lane super minis are going to push in. They know that Fekko just uses ultimate, and to be quite frank, there's not enough damage coming from this Ziggs to actually do anything. Rix are too far ahead with this composition. Now they have the Baron buff. If SC7 wants to go back bottom lane, he can probably end the game, as that's the hook onto Kamau. Kamau is going to fall. Absolute Zero gets blocked, and I was hoping to see a little bit more from Formulation, but Rix have absolutely destroyed them as random on that signature. Darius is going to go for the triple onto the killing spree. SC7 picks up the 4th kill of the fight, and Fekko, this composition was built around him for this Ziggs, but he has not been able to get the damage out. Beautiful cast from Snitch is going to end the game in the way it started, and that is going to be 25 kills and a game win on the board for Rix.
Dominant victory by Rix in the end. You can see they come in with a game plan. They knew what they wanted to pick. They come up with this new jungler that we're seeing in the EU, which is the River Jungle, and they just played the map so perfect. They were pushing the lanes constantly. They were just toying around with Formulation, and Formulation in the end, they were just always on the back foot, I feel like, from the start. They didn't really find any way into this game, and as you look at the replays as well, the first fights were a bit close, to be fair. They were very back and forth. You know, Don jumping in here as well with his signature Irelia pick, but as the game went on and has Rix just got more and more control of this game, you see Snitch as well was definitely a highlight, I feel like, for me in this game. His explosive cast, his engages as well with the body slams was so clean, and he was always the one that kind of looked for them big engages. I felt like he was probably one of the main talking points as well for the side of Rix. You can see how much damage a Gragas could do in the end as well since the recent bust. But this little overextension here as well, again, another explosive cast by Snitch, and again, I feel like it's just a few mistakes here and there by Formulation, but I can't take anything away from Rix. Like I said, probably one of the best macro games that I've seen in the mid and the late game, just pushing every single lane, just toying around with Formulation as well, which was so nice to watch.
Yeah, Rix looking very strong. Ever since that mid lane push, it just felt like they're like, okay, that's everything they had to throw at us. We absorbed it. We can just continue playing. And SC7, I think, having just so much freedom on the map. This is the first real strong Riven performance perhaps that we've seen in Europe. It's, as you mentioned a few times, it's not really a European pick, but SE7 showing that RICS have this playstyle that the other teams haven't caught on to yet. The SE7 just completely monstering over the side lane to push through Dragon side of the map. I mean, RICS, there's not too much more to say aside from a handful of errors when it comes to like that first 1v1 from random that he dropped, and then one or two other things throughout the game. Very, very clean from them and hard to deal with. Like Formulation just could not get that comp to work for them.
They just couldn't get. We were talking about it in the draft. You know, you kind of have to. Yeah, play that zone control. You have to kind of play a front to back sort of team comp with this, or play style, I should say, with this team comp, and try and defend Fekko. But it's really hard for Fekko to even survive when you have so much engage. You have so much mobility from the likes of Gragas, Thresh, SE7 as well on the Riven, and Random actually doing the most damage, not in the game, but for his team. But Fekko, even though he was on the losing side, look how much damage he does compared to the rest of his team. He really tried his hardest in this game, but overall, a very, very solid performance by RICS, and a very dominating one. We kind of expected coming into it because there was a little bit of a goal lead by Formulation at the start. It's basically nothing, to be fair. I mean, even though it's on the red, but you can see a steady climb, which is what RICS.GG, you know, how RICS.GG work. You know, they get that little bit of a lead, they take advantage from the enemy's mistakes, and then when they do have an advantage, when they do have that goal lead, they play the game so well, and they play the map so well. And you can see throughout the whole game, they were able to just increase that goal lead, get the picks that they needed, and take that first victory.
Big part of that was, I think, Snitch's Gragas. We saw the highlights, and I think Snitch made the game just too difficult for Don to play. Like this Aurelia, hard to play when nobody's low health enough, when you've got an explosive cask blasting you out of the fight and you can't get back in. Obviously, Snitch and Don, two of the biggest streamers that we have English language here in Europe. So interesting to see the streamer showdown in middle lane for this semi-finals. Let's take a look at the play of the game and see where it all went wrong for Formulation and where it went also right for RICS. A couple of fights could come to mind. I wonder whether it's that mistake in middle lane. It's around that dragon that we saw the Rift Herald push.
Yeah, we saw this was just after that Rift Herald that the Formulation didn't really do too well for them, but it was the counter engage really by RICS. It was actually Formulation were the ones that were trying to start the fight, but it was just a counter engage afterwards. The body slam and the flank by SE7, and I felt like he'd done this for most of the game. Instead of Riven and SE7 being at the front line for this team, he was always at the side. He was always trying to make them flanks. He did it once in the mid lane. He did it once during that fight as well. He was able to get picks around the map as well, and he played this Riven really, really well.
He did. It was a very strong performance, and that composition, when you saw the Nunu not even be able to get the ultimate off at all, didn't even start that channel, that's how that team composition falls apart. Nevertheless, we'll see whether Formulation can bounce back. RICS lead 1-0. We'll see whether it's RICS advancing to the finals or whether Formulation can take us to a Game 3 when we come back in just a few minutes.
Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love.
You ready?
We're back from a break, and it is game 2 of WREC versus Formulation. I'm Stress, joined by Stuart, and I'm a little disappointed from game number 1, if I'm being completely honest. I predicted Formulation to win because I like watching Formulation play in their playstyle. I don't really think they got it to work for themselves. WREC, individually, for the most part in that game, was too strong, and as a team, like making their team composition pay off. We'll delve a little deeper into our thoughts from the game in just a few minutes, but let's hear from Hellsdep on what he thinks was important in game 1.
Thank you very much, Stress. So, yeah, we have some key points after that game. Both supports were constantly roaming around. In the early game, it was basically Vecco against Doom, Ziggs against Corki in the lane, and these roams were really, really nice for both teams. And after that, the reason that WREC was able to win this game so hard is they had such an amazing teamfight composition. If you compare it to Formulation Gaming's composition, who had champions like the Aurelia doing the carrying, WREC Gaming had the Corki with the package, Gragas Ultimate, Thresh, Darius, Riven. These are all amazing teamfighting compositions, and they utilized them to their full powers. And then if you look at those champions, Ziggs cannot play against that. Ziggs cannot play against a composition like that, right? Corki package is just gonna dive you. Gragas Ult is just gonna push you back. Thresh is gonna pull you back. Basically, all the champions of WREC countered that Ziggs. So WREC did an amazing job picking the right composition and did an even better job executing it perfectly. So I'm gonna be very interested to see what the draft is gonna look next. So for that, I'm gonna give it back to Stress and Stuart to get you into the next draft.
Let's get this game going. Let's see what we can bounce back with from Formulation. Hopefully, I just want a 3-game series, I'll be honest. At this point, I think WREC's heavily favored by the looks of things to win this after game 1. SC7 showing us a bit of a different playstyle, and I think really settling into that jungle role for WREC very well.
Yeah, he's done really, really well on the Riven. Like I said, like we said constantly throughout the first game, Riven's not really a pick that we normally see. We normally see these different types of AD bruisers, but Riven's still a pick that has come out a few times, mainly in the mid lane, though, and in the barrel lane. We haven't seen too much in the jungle, but with the mobility that it can offer as well, can just be a strong, strong pick. But going into this second draft, I feel like Formulation might come up with something, a bit unorthodox.
I hope so.
Yeah, because Formulation, we know them. I mean, me and you know them, in particular as well, with these kind of crazy little picks. They are going to be on the red side. So they're going to be staying on the red side for this game number 2. So we're going to have to see if any of the bans or the picks are going to switch up.
I think we'll probably keep the same from the WREC side of things. We had the Rakan. I believe we also saw the
Galio.
The Galio was banned out as well. Let's see where we're going. Formulation going to ban out the Fiora. I wonder whether we'll have a slightly higher priority on the likes of Yuumi. We actually haven't seen Yuumi this week at all, after a lot of Yuumi priority last week after the buffs. Of course, we are playing on 3.0.B, the patch you are playing at home. Galio banned away, Varus banned away. So we're pretty much the same bans as the last game from both WREC and Formulation.
Yeah, pretty much the exact same at the moment. Olaf being banned away as well. We're going to be seeing what WREC.GG pick up as the first pick. But I think, your point about Yuumi as well, I feel like it's just like individual play styles or like team play styles in a way, because if you look at Team Queso, they always play, well, not always, but most of the time they play Yuumi, but other teams don't really prioritize it. Game Lord, for example, they love the Corki, but not a lot of other teams pick it up as well. Interesting enough, this is the flex. It's going to be the Gragas being banned by Formulation, and that means Set will be the first pick for WREC.GG. So a little bit of a different draft to what we saw the first game.
Snitch drawing the respect ban on the Gragas. I'm sure he'll be happy to see that. Set picked up first. That leaves us with Ziggs available for Formulation if they want it. I think this is probably a good thing from WREC's side, where they're like, well, if they pick Ziggs, we know what to do against it, and if they don't pick Ziggs, we'll get it for Doom, and that's where WREC have looked very, very strong. Zao are going to pick up the Thresh very early on in this draft.
Yeah, this is kind of his comfort picks. This is what, we know Zawa for. He loves roaming around the map with Fresh, and kind of what Hell said as well about both the supports roaming. It always seems like Clue was always a step ahead of Zawa with them early game roams, especially on Thresh as well. It looks like Zawa was just always one step behind, but now he's on this Thresh. He could be the one that looks to be proactive and is a very, very high priority pick for these two teams, and they're actually going to go for the Corki instead as well, so they're not going to be taking up the Ziggs, which means the Ziggs is open for Doom if they want to pick it up. I feel like if they don't pick up in this first round, it's probably going to be banned away by Formulation the second part of the bans.
Well, it's been a good look for REC when they've been able to get Doom on that Ziggs, so no surprises that they're going to put that over. I wonder where they're going with their next pick. Could be jungle, could be, of course, Set can flex around a lot, multiple positions he can play from, and it's going to be support picked up, so both duo lanes picked up early on, assuming that there are no flexes towards mid lane from either one.
I guess they're worried that Formulation might ban out other supports, and that just makes the champion pool much, much lower. But now we're seeing Formulation pick up the Darius. This is kind of the flip. It's basically a flip of game number one. So now it's REC that have Ziggs, Braum, and Set, but now it's Formulation that have Thresh, Corki, and Darius. So if it was anything like the first game, we might see a flip. Hopefully we'll get a third game in the series.
The change that I would expect is I wouldn't imagine REC will pick up the Nunu. I think they're much more likely to have an active jungler for SE7. And then the Aurelia is less of a standard pick and more of a Dawn comfort pick for themselves. So we likely are going to have a couple of swaps around. It's going to be Jax picked up for, banned away, I should say, by Formulation. REC banning away the Akali. Will we stay our attention towards that jungle for Formulation? There are still a lot of picks available, like Lisa and Kha'Zix still banned, still available, I should say. Gragas was banned earlier, so a couple of jungle picks still there.
Yeah, a couple of jungle pits are still left open, but I feel like it's just going to get lower and lower down in the tier list of what junglers are going to be left open, with the Jax being banned away, Jace being banned away as well, which is another one. Maybe REC/GG are thinking that maybe they can move the Set into the jungle. As you said, we don't really see it too much, but it could still go in the Baron lane or the mid lane. I think that's the great flexibility at the moment that REC have with this Set. And on the other side with Formulation, they know what to ban out. They're banning up REC/GG are banning out mid laners because they know that Darius is going to go in the top 8. Oh my god, this is basically a complete flip.
Yeah,
of the first
running REC's composition. I wonder whether Snitch is looking towards an Orianna here with that Diana ban. That's a lot of the interactions between those two. I know Hells talks about it a lot on stream. So I don't see the Aurelia coming out here from REC. They're going to pick up the Renekton for top lane for random. We know how strong Renekton can be as a pick in pretty much every meta. Always has that potency. That means it's either mid lane Set or Set going to the jungle, or Renekton in the middle lane. We've seen it flex there a number of times. This last pick is going to give us a clue as to where everything is going.
I see what you did there, Stress. I'm not going to
I was trying to let that one go under the radar a little bit.
I'm not going to let that one go by. It's going to be Graves in the end. So it looks like it's going to be SE7 on the Graves in the jungle. So it's either going to be Set mid or Renekton mid for Snitch. And again, going for these AD bruisers. But now what Formulation are going to round out their comp with? Are they going to put Kamau in the jungle on the Riven like SE7 did last game? Or would it be maybe a mid lane Riven for Don? I think we have seen Don play mid lane Riven before. It's going to be
mid lane
Morgana.
It could be mid lane Morgana as well. There's flexibility here. This is red side strength, so we won't know until we get into the game. So some flexibility between mid and bot lane here. I wonder whether this Graves is to try and take early invades against Riven. I don't know how good her early clear is. Obviously, Riven can scale pretty well into the game with items, but Graves loves to try and fight people in the enemy jungle, invade, quickly take a camp, move on with that support from the likes of Braum and that. So we'll keep our eyes on the jungle invades. The supports were very, very active throughout the early game in our previous game. Formulation, maybe this is the tweak and the twist that they were looking for. We've got that Black Shield Darius composition, the combination that we've seen work really well for top laners. So if UI can get rolling in a team fight, Formulation may be able to battle back, but this is an uphill battle for them. REC looked so unbelievably strong in game number one.
Yeah, they did, and they pretty much dominated game number 1 as well. I mean, I said that I wanted something new from Formulation. This is definitely something new. We don't really see them play Corki too much, and the Morgana pick is very interesting. Like I said, it'd be interesting to see if it's Corki mid or Morgana mid for Don. I mean, it could even be different. It could even be Morgana jungle and Riven mid. I mean, it's something crazy, but it is something that did get buffed a few patches ago. Morgana has the fastest jungle clear out of any jungler in the game because she can kind of do 2 camps at once as well. So I'm actually quite excited to get into this game to see where the lanes are going to be for Formulation. I mean, it'll probably be standard, to be fair. It probably won't be Morgana jungle, but it's something that Formulation have done before. They like these interesting picks, and it's going to be a drum roll.
Okay.
It's going to be Morgana mid.
So it's Morgana mid, which is about as opposite from a pick for Don as Irelia as you can get. So it's a little bit of a different change up in flavor, but I love this roam by Zawa. We saw this week yesterday for Methanol, I think it was, on the Rakan. Flame comes through, random drops down, perfect start. UI getting a first blood once again in this matchup. It did not help him that much last game.
Again, the supports with the roams, and this time is Zawa on the Fresh who roams up. We're kind of seeing this a little bit, quite often. We saw it in the last series as well, where the supports go for this little cheesy play at level 1, and they can try and go into the Baron lane and kind of get the advantage for the Baron lane. As like you said, UI with the first blood will be able to get a little bit of a gold advantage, and they're trying to target Random. They know that Random can be a main carry, and it is known as one of the best Baron laners in EU at the moment, so they want to try and shut them down. But again, it's kind of what Hells was saying as a key point. It is a great key point in this series with the 2 supports roaming around, and UI now has a little bit of an item advantage now. Not gonna be too crazy. Snitch is in a little bit of trouble. He's just taking the auto attacks. He's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to auto attack as much as possible. But look at SC7's aggression already. Instead of going over to his blue buff, he's going to try and get some aggression. But Kemal's here as well, and this could be an early fight around this Rift Scaler.
Yeah, a lot of this is because the way that Thresh roaming out of lane leaves Fekko is he had to back away in the lane. He lost like 300 gold, lost some experience, and that will get evened up over time. But Rick's just trying to force that lane under the turret, force the wave to be dropped in the hope that Fekko can't gather the gold from it. However, he does, and it's actually an even state on the gold on bottom lane carries. So it doesn't quite work out in the way that Rick's wanted it to, but they were trying to just punish Fekko for that roam level 1 from Zawa. It's actually Zawa now at level 4 already, thanks to that extra experience he got. So did not get punished from being out of lane. And look where he's going again. He's like, I'm going to top lane.
Both supports.
Because last game, when Formulation got first blood, Rick's powered up to top lane and just put 3 people up there. It's exactly what's happening again. Flash, here's the lantern, and that's exactly why Thresh is good for security.
I love it. I feel like the duo lane is just swapped like in EU at the moment. I feel like it's just supports are always up in the barrel lane. It just kind of shows the focus of EU at the moment and why these AD bruisers are really, really strong, because teams are focusing and making sure that their AD bruisers can get ahead. Because, you know, sometimes getting your dual lane carries, like I said, they're mainly there as like a wave clear tool. They're not really used there as a main carry. The main carries in the meta at the moment are these AD bruisers. It's going to be the set. It's going to be the Darius when these games get later and later as well. And speaking of the AD bruisers again, here we go.
Yeah, UI is going to be forced to use this barrier eventually.
Lantern again?
Miscommunication
no.
on where it's gone. The flay comes out. That should have been an avoided gank by UI. That should have been clean. Unfortunately, Zawa putting the lantern where Darius was instead of where he was going to be. I think perhaps the flash timing wasn't coordinated there between UI and Zawa.
Like you said, a bit of a unfortunate situation for Formulation there. Again, miscommunication, as you said as well. I think if the lantern came out and he didn't flash, he probably would have survived there, to be honest. He would have been completely fine. But it's the little things sometimes that make a big difference. And unfortunately, there was the lantern and the flash miscommunication, which gives Random the kill. That means that the gold lead is going to go ever so slightly closer together, because UI still has a gold lead, but he's not that far ahead now. He's not as far ahead as what he was before. Now we're looking towards these first dragons and rift hells. It's a mountain dragon, which doesn't really get focused down too much by teams, and you can see that already, that both teams are going towards his rift hell. Mountain dragon is just going to be on his lonely island for out and now. As saying that, it looks like SC7 and Rix are going to just trade the objectives. They don't want a team fight early on.
Yeah, they do not, and especially because the package was picked up, as Fekko is going to have that available for Corki. They're not actually committing to the dragons. So, I mean, Rix They're going to commit to it now, as you can see SC7's pathing towards it. I think this is going to result, though, in a dive coming top lane. As there's a Thresh, as Aura is here as well. Rift Herald already put behind the tower. Random going to try and suplex his way out of this one, as Kamau has been able to stay alive. That Riven starting to work, the 1 and 0, and now the tower push on. Rix didn't even commit, although they get the first tower blood at the same time in the bottom lane. Sorry, no, they don't. I was confused by the marker. I thought while the dive was happening that they had picked it up. That tower is still very healthy. It's Formulation that pick up tower first blood. Just a kill goes over on the bottom lane.
Really, really interesting. Kind of, I would say, a misplay, because they just gave Rift Herald for free, and now Formulation with the goldie, the 2000 goldie, they want to try and contest this dragon. Here we go.
Fekko's ultimate is available if you can get it to work. 200 health, and it's actually the Ziggs that steals it. Of course, I was looking at that Corki ultimate, couldn't get it in position for the rocket to steal, but it's another kill going over to Kamau. There's 2 deaths from Rix. They get the dragon, though.
What is it with Doom? He's like, okay, I'm going to play jungle like he did last year. And it was a bit of a meme with Doom, where it's like, oh, okay, Doom would always miss Smite. Now he's playing dual lane. He's getting so many dragons and so many objectives. He got the dragon last week, the Elder Dragon, which won them the game. He just got a dragon there as well. I guess, you know, sometimes the dual lane carries can pick them up. Enough about me with the memes. Another tower by Formulation. That's 2 towers to 0. Even though they did lose a dragon, they got the Rift Herald as well. And this is a much better start by Formulation than what we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, much better. UI is still here as well. Gets the apprehend. They even chain it with the binding. And that is already SE7 falling from this. They're going to back away as Random is down here in the bottom lane. Mid lane was pushed back out by Fekko to try and get some damage down onto the turret. Didn't read it as a full engage, so this was the engage around Dragon.
The bomb by Doom just gets it. I absolutely love that. But yeah, I mean, even though Rix.GG did start the dragon late, they did get it in the end, which was a little bit scary for both sides. But it was just a team fight win afterwards. And again, I feel like it was a little bit of misplay when the first objectives came up. You saw that SE7 was roaming down to the dragon, but instead of actually taking the dragon, he went back to base, and then he tried to go over to the dual lane instead to try and trade objectives. But by the time he goes back to the base, by the time he walks back onto the map, Formulation took the Rift Herald, they took the top lane tower, they were able to go back to base and spend their money that they got from that first tower gold, and then they used that money to win that team fight in the dragon lane. So a few misplays that we didn't really see from Rix.GG in the early game, which has given Formulation a little bit of an advantage so far, but we'll have to see how Formulation use that gold lead and how they try to extend that gold lead as well, because I think that's the main part of this game.
Yeah, those fights kind of cascading into each other, and now that the package has been at least delivered to Corki, I don't know. Yeah, I was about to say, I hope Fekko actually doesn't pick it up, because there's no neutral objectives up right now, which means it would expire. So leaving it there means they have that threat for the next engage. Now the Rift Herald timer has started, so 1 minute to go until that objective. It's going to give Fekko the time to push mid lane back out, get a little bit of vision, recall, get the package. He's going to farm up Raptors first before he does it. And as long as Formulation play this out safe in top and bottom, they've pushed the waves back out, they can set themselves up for the second Rift Herald of the game.
I think that's the great thing about Corki in this package, is that he can leave it until then big objectives come up. It looks like the Rift Herald is going to be back up very, very shortly. So it's going to be interesting to see if Fekko is going to try and go to the package or not. He's got 20 seconds, so he's got enough time to clear this mid lane tower. It looks like, there you go. He's going to go back. He's going to Valkyrie back. He's going to get that package for this next Rift Herald fight. And I feel like if Formulation get this next Rift Herald, they can look to try and break that mid lane tower, because they got the Baron lane tower already. They got the dual lane tower as well. And now they're going to be looking to try and break this mid lane tower. You can see Corki's gone back to base. You can see his little sound effect that he always gets as well. But both teams will be able to hear that. So Rix.GG know that Fekko has a package available. And this could be a really big team fight to end this game. Yeah, this is a key objective as well, because if this Rift Herald goes over to Formulation, they know it's going to go through mid lane. Yeah, this time around, Rix just not being able to fight around the objectives that they were looking for. And that means on this next minion wave, or at least a minion wave of choice from Formulation, they'll be able to push through mid lane. Everyone's recalling though. So I think this is actually a much calmer Formulation than the last game, where they were like, okay, let's force mid lane, let's go right now with the Rift Herald, and it backfired. Now they're going to wait until they see people top and bottom before they actually commit that that ability. And they only need about 300 damage down onto the turret, a little bit more than that, which is basically 1 round of autos from Morgana and Corki. So a lot easier to push down than a full health tower. Yep. It's gonna be interesting to see when they'll use a Rift Herald as well. I feel like, because they could use a Rift Herald now, but unfortunately Kimao's not in place. They could use it now and use that sort of pressure to go onto the Dragon, but instead it looks like WREC.GG are first to this Dragon, and Formulation are kind of slow, but they're going to be in a team fight. Watch that Dragon health.
They're going to try. They pop Rift Herald for the duration. The smite comes down from SE7, and the damage in the back end by Doom is enough to take out Zao for the first kill of this game. And Doom is pretty much uncontested in this back of the line, but in goes UI, gets the first exchange, doesn't get the flash over the wall. They're going to have to take this Rift Herald into mid lane tower to get just a consolation prize from it, but it's a big consolation prize, if anything. Infernal Drake in exchange for mid lane tower means this Ziggs can no longer just continuously clear mid lane and buy Ricks all the time in the world that they wanted. Now Formulation have kind of turned that dial up a little bit.
Unfortunate flash by UI there. You hate to see it in the end, but you can see the Formulation were just slow to this Dragon. Great shield as well by Clue, just blocking all the damage to try and get to the Dragon. And it was actually Zala that went into the backline as well. You talk about Doom in the backline, but a great ultimate by Don as well, being able to lock down the members, use that stasis as well, and yeah, the flash. The flash in the end. You hate to see it, Stress. It's one of them moments where it's just like a facepalm moment. It's like, does it really have to happen? But it happens to the best. It happens to everyone. I'm sure everyone in their time of playing Wild Rift has failed Flash at least once. So we'll have to see if there's going to be any more. Yeah, I don't know about that, Stress. Are you sure?
You can't prove anything. In fact, it's more likely that you've zoned me out on a Javelin ultimate when I'm playing Kennen, to be honest. But Formulation are going to try and set up around middle lane. Stuart, our producer's trolling me, but the people watching can't hear it. It's all right, Stuart. Don't worry. We'll just focus back in on this game between Formulation and Ricks. Ricks need to really kind of take a team fight win here. Formulation are running away with this one a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. They have about a 5,000 gold lead now for Formulation. Again, it's all about how Formulation uses this gold lead. They've used it quite well so far. They are behind on the Dragons. They haven't got the Infernal and the Mountain Dragons, so the scaling will be there and the extra damage and the shielding will be there for the side of Ricks. But 3 towers to 0. Ricks haven't taken a single tower this game. From taking 6 towers in the first game and Formulation only having 1, now it's the complete opposite way. But now I feel like Formulation, they need to be proactive in this game. They need to use that gold lead, because if this composition of Rick scale up, they got the likes of the Ziggs, they got Random and Snitch as well. They could be building a little bit tankier, and now it's going to be interesting to see. I wonder if observers could quickly show the items while we're in this brief stage to see where the item spikes are currently are for both teams. Thank you very much. Interesting enough, Corky's gone for the Trinity Force build. This is a really, really old build that we used to see on Corky. It's more to do with using his abilities and using his auto attacks afterwards to get the Sheen passive, and then going for the Infinity Edge afterwards. You can see Doom has a Luden's Echo, going for the Death Cap as well, has a little bit of an anti-heal. But other than that, there's a load of items being completed across the map. Rod of Ages as well for Don, so getting a little bit tanky. But you can see the WREC are the ones that are trying to get that mid lane pressure, but meanwhile in the barrel lane, Kamau is the one that's going to be pushing in the lane. No real surprises across the map in terms of item builds or anything, except for really the Corky, which is very, very interesting.
Yeah, I feel like this game's going to get slowed a little bit until the Dragon. It's about 45 seconds until that's taken down. So Fekko's just going to clear that out, likely back away, get the package, set up for the next fight. And that's the thing about this Trinity Force Manamune Corky, is it does hit pretty hard when you can get those autos. The one thing I would say is the last... the opportunity for Corky to actually put damage out is going to be dependent on how quickly this set and this Renekton can get onto the backline. Of course, when he has the package available, it'll be really hard to stay on him. But still, if Corky can't actually get those autos out, he relies a lot more on his abilities just for the damage up front.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you normally see Solari Charge Blade being built as a second item for Corky, just because Solari Charge Blade works so well with his kit. He can use abilities, and his auto attack afterwards is going to have that higher chance to crit. And he's also going to do extra magic damage as well. But now the next Dragon's up. I feel like both these same teams are playing very, very passive, and they're just working towards these next Dragons. And again, it's WREC who are first to party. Corky, he still hasn't got the package. He's going to be really late to this, and this Dragon's completely gone.
Yeah, it's gone. That's the thing. That warning sound zone, the air raid is going to be like an indicator that they're not there in time, and that means Formulation are taking a 4 versus 5. Does Feko go over the wall with the package? Yes, he does. But look, all it's going to do is split the fight for now. Kamau is going to get a beautiful stun onto multiple people, and it shreds all the way through Rix. The rocket connects, and that might very well be enough for Formulation to be looking towards the Baron, and they may be able to even this series up. We're counting them out after game number 1, but Formulation fire back with a beautiful team fight, and now they're going to take the Baron.
Oh, that was a bit of a stalemate for a second, but Kamau dashing in on the Riven. He didn't use his ultimate at the start of the fight, so he used it then to dash in and then use the second part of the ultimate, which does more damage depending on how much missing health the members of WREC.GG have. And that was it in the end. There was loads and low health members for the side of WREC, which means that the second part of that Riven ultimate is going to do more damage. And it was insane engaged by Kamau. We talked about SC7 in the first game, but it was a little bit of a slow start for Formulation. They were a little bit late to the party, but you can see the Corky package here as well on the side. He was trying to focus down SC7 to try and do as much damage as possible, but the package just was kind of there just to zone up the members. But look at Kamau dashing in, boom! Oh, the insane combo there by Riven, being able to dash, get the knock up, then get the stun afterwards as well, and using that second part of the passive as well to deal insane amounts of damage. And I spoke about Formulation and what they're going to do to try and extend this gold lead. It looks like they were just giving up the Dragons and just focusing on the team fight straight afterwards, which they're doing so well at the moment. But now they have Baron. Now they're going to look to try and rotate around the map. They're trying to push all 3 waves in, and now they're going to try and look for the engage.
Yeah, they're going to try and go on to SC7. Lands the Ziggs ultimate, but it's not going to be enough to clear it out. With these Baron up minions, it's so hard to clear out, and that means another tower is going to go down as Kamau is pushing in the bottom side. Formulation coming up clutch with everything they needed from that. That wind slash just crushing through that last fight. And I mean, Riven has a lot of damage. They talk about broken wings, but more about broken ankles from that one, as Feko is going to be able to back themselves away. And Rix, I think this basically is a very difficult situation for them to be in. Binding lands, and Don, it's a very different style from the Aurelia, but he's made it work for himself, and UI is going to play the front line all the way through. This is Sour, has bought time. Backing away from the fight, Zhao is still quite low, will get dropped, and maybe this is an overextension from Formulation. They're buying time because bottom lane Kamau is pushing through, but I don't know that they can get an inhibitor from this. This actually might be a little less than Formulation would have expected from this Baron buff.
Yeah, they tried to push all 3 waves. They tried to move around Rex, but Rex did really well to kind of predict the movement of Formulation. They all roamed up into the top lane, but WREC.GG were there. But I have to give a quick shout out to Don. These dog bindings that he's landed throughout the whole of this game has been really well played by him, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to get the inhibitor towers, and now it's going to all come down to that Elder Dragon. It's going to be spawning in about a minute's time. So if WREC.GG pick that up, they already have 3 dragons. So Formulation's Elder Dragon is not going to be that strong, but they're not going to try to do it. And oh no, this could be terrible.
Don may very well be caught out, though. Black Shield is going to keep him alive from a moment, and it's actually Formulation that now have 2 members of Rick's caught in the top lane. However, look at where Zaur is on the map. Look at how low Formulation are. This may very well have been an overextension as Formulation. Do they have the damage to survive? Do they have the health to survive? This, I don't know what happened with the fact that Zaur was just back in base. Formulation on different pages, and Rick's, this has been the entry point back into the game for them. They've got the health bars low. It's 25 seconds until the Baron comes up, 10 seconds until Elder. What did Formulation commit topside for?
They saw the members of WREC.GG. They realized there was only 3 members up there, but like you said, Zao was in base. They were trying to catch out the kind of split members of Rix in the end, but Snitch was able to survive, and then Random was able to survive as well in the barrel lane, and now it all comes down to this Elder, but they're not going to start it. They know that the jungler is down. Oh, I didn't realize that. SC7 is
died,
down.
yeah.
So SC7 died, which means that Rix can't start this barrel. We're going to look back at this. Look at it. Random and SC7 up in the top side. They were trying to get members. Look at this. There's a 4 versus 2 situation, but Clue was there as well to defend all the damage, and Snitch as well with the flank. And unfortunately, Zao was back into the base. So this turned from a positive situation for Formulation to actually Rix.GG, the ones that are actually rotated a lot quicker than Formulation, and they actually got the advantage from it. But unfortunately, SC7 did die, which means that they couldn't take the Elder Dragon. And it's all going to come down to this. Even though the goal lead is 8,000, honestly, it doesn't really mean that much. I feel like whoever takes this Elder Dragon can still win this game, especially if it goes over to the side of Rix as well, because they have 3 dragons, and maybe we're going to look at Doom, maybe steal another Elder Dragon. If he does it again, I'm going to be mind blown.
Look at the damage onto Fekko, who has the package available. That's going to force Formulation back away from the Elder and SE7. We saw this in the last game, him playing the side lane, playing that Riven split push. This time it's on the Graves as is Riven on the side of Kamau, starting up the Elder, but in goes SE7. He's trying to find Kamau. Package comes through. Formulation are reaching for this. There's a Guardian Angel on SE7, and now Fekko may very well have overextended. Can they get Formulation back out from this? They've been playing so well this game, but Fekko is down. The damage is falling away from Formulation. It's now down to Don basically alone, and Rix, I think they may very well have come back in this game. I think they might have just been doing enough. Teleport coming through from Kamau. He's bought his way back into this fight. We saw them win a big fight around Dragon. That's going to be Zawa falling from this as Kamau takes a chunk of damage. It's actually Don is the one that gets blasted down, and it's Kamau that survived. And I think Formulation, they haven't deterred the Dragon because SE7 is back onto it.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to take the Elder Dragon in the end. I don't think there's any way Kamau can get into it. And that's a 4-Dragon Elder now. You can see random TP and there's more teleports happening as well.
Yeah, Don is coming back into it. Still 2,000 health on that Drake, but they cannot get close enough thanks to random teleporting in. That inhibitor tower is so low in the top lane, but it has not been cracked by Formulation. And despite the fact they took the first Baron of the game, they've been able for Rix to steady this game back into potentially a comeback.
Yeah, it was Kamau and Fekko who tried to catch out SE7, but with all the dashes and everything he has available because of his passive and because of his item build, he can keep dashing around. He even dashes forward there to kill off Fekko.
We're back into a Baron fight. There's a good Ziggs ult is going to eat Kamau's health bar, and Kamau is down, UI is down, Don is down, and I think Formulation's chances have gone down into the dirt as Rix, they have come back from being so far behind against Formulation. They have now got all 4 dragons. They have taken the Baron, and the priority on those objectives from Rix throughout the game has really come back to bite Formulation. Formulation could not close the game off their Baron, whereas I think Rix, they're about to do it.
Oh, this is so unfortunate for Formulation. I felt like Formulation were just a little bit too passive this game. They were just waiting for the dragons to come up, but they never focused on the dragons. And this is it. This is a comeback.
Rix will 2-0 their way past Formulation Gaming, and it looked a little shaky in the second game, but Rix showing us why you can never count them out on the comeback. They understand where Formulation are pushing in towards them, hold themselves, and then the late game team fights. This is one of the reasons you cannot give Doom Ziggs the damage, just destroying Formulation.
Yeah, insane comeback by Rix in the end, and it was there for Formulation. They had about a 10,000 gold lead at one point in the game as well. They had it all in their grasp. They were ready to get into it, but again, when it came to the mid game, I felt like Formulation, they just didn't really do that much. You know, they weren't really proactive. And I was saying during the game as well, I want to see Formulation be more proactive. They have the gold lead. Maybe they didn't realize they were that far ahead in the game because obviously you can't really see the gold difference and things like that. So sometimes it's a little bit difficult to kind of understand how far ahead you are as well. And they won some of these team fights as well. You can see this team fight, Kamau as well. But unfortunately, on the side of Formulation, they couldn't push any inhibitors with this Baron wave. Rix.GG defended it really, really well. And in the end, they just couldn't really push into the base, and they couldn't take that gold lead advantage. And Rix, in the end, able to come back, and what an insane comeback as well by Rix.
Yeah, it's a really fantastic comeback, and I think a lot of it comes from the fact that Rix are the type of team that even if they're losing objectives on one side of the map or losing a fight on one side of the map, they're always working for something at the same time. It's rare that you see a team go 10k gold down throughout the game and get all 4 dragons and still be able to contend in these fights and have the damage on Doom. And I think Doom really did a good job in these late game team fights of getting the damage where he needed, but SE7 creating space around the map really made Formulation think about where they were going to go aggressive and where they could make plays, and we saw them kind of get pulled apart a little bit throughout the end of this second game.
And you can see how hard it is for Formulation to win this last team fight as well when you lose 4 dragons, all 4 of them as well. And again, it kind of comes back to a little bit of the point that we mentioned where they weren't really focusing the dragons that much, and Rix in the end were just like, okay, we're just going to take the dragons. We're going to try and get that scaling into the mid and the late game. And it did work for them in the end. I mean, it wasn't the cleanest game by WREC. We've definitely seen a lot more cleaner games from them, especially the first game as well. But it just shows that this team is so strong together. And even if they are behind, they can stick together as a team and they can still make the comeback as well. I'm interested to see the damage as well, because I feel like Doom's damage this game, is absolutely disgusting on the Ziggs. The amount of ultimates that he hit and the amount of poke that he landed as well really made a difference, especially when they took the dragons in the early game as well.
That is probably the second best comeback we've had. I think the Control Zero Zone comeback may very well have been a bit more of a nail-biter, thrilling comeback. This one was more about like REC's working for it and like really punishing Formulation. that swing back up into the side of Formulation really into REC's really tells you how the end of that game played out. And I mean, this is why REC's are the team that we're expecting to take a step towards the finals. It's official now. Our upper bracket finals is going to be Gamelord against REC's, which is the showdown we've been waiting for absolute weeks. We need to take a look at the play of the game from this series, from this second game, I should say. I mean, there were a few fights towards the end that REC's really punished Formulation from being out of position.
There was a lot of turning points, and this was the one that I wanted to focus on as well. Luckily, we got this play of the game, but it was the overextension by Formulation, which I felt like they did a little bit when they're trying to chase down the members. They realized that REC's are out of position, but it was actually REC's the ones that were able to capitalize on the mistakes of Formulation, which happened a few times this game. It happened in this top lane play, and I felt like that was the start really of the turning point. You saw that goalie when it went really, really well in Formulation's favor, and then that was a little dip back up into REC's favor. That's kind of where it all started. That was when WREC were able to take the advantage, able to control the map a little bit more as well. Then after that, they took the Elder Dragon. They capitalized on the mistake of the chase that kind of happened towards SE7 in a way. Then they took that Baron fight afterwards. They won that Baron fight and they were able to end the game. But I feel really unfortunate for Formulation because, like you said, they're a team that pick these kind of unpredictable picks. They definitely picked champions that I've really enjoyed watching them as well, but I'm sure they'll be back in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, they also aren't out, remember. They're going to be dropping down to the lower bracket, so we may very well still see more of Formulation. They will join Team Queso, Na'Vi, and for some reason, it's Viv Esports. That's 4 teams that are still very deadly in that bottom bracket, the lower bracket. I think this was a real good insight into REC's development as a team and the way that we've seen them go from, being great players and the players that were together last year being strong as a team to now incorporating their newer players in there as well. Really getting that strong basis as a team and teamwork, fighting back up against Formulation in game number 2. Let's hear from the team themselves as we've got Snitch for an interview with Hells.
That's right, and welcome Snitch to the interview. And I want to say that was a very nice game to watch, and it was surprisingly close, especially the second game. And did you expect this series to be this hard? Because sure, first game you guys dominated, but the second game, Formulation Gaming, showed a really good fight.
Yeah, I think the second game, Formulation played a style that is really not what we expect from them. Putting like Dawn on Morgana, for example, it's really not what we expect his champion pool to be. We definitely thought, the Aurelia like game 1, more of these melee assassins, Akali and this kind of stuff is what we expected them to play. That's their normal style. So they definitely shook it up game 2, took a totally different draft, out of left field. And I think that's why the game felt very different, because we were planning for kind of like one style, and they definitely showed that they have a lot more depth than we expected.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And so you're up against Gamelord next match. And obviously Gamelord is known as to be one of the titans, right? Like it's REC's and Gamelord. How are you feeling going into that series?
I mean, I think we just always expect it to be a great and difficult series. I think, the entire time I've been playing Wilder professionally, Gamelord has always been the team that every game feels like, you're crawling over the finish line. Like, I remember that we had this, 27-minute epic at Origin series, and it just always feels like every game is, pushing you to your limits all the time. Like, they're always the final boss of Europe. I think, other teams are obviously great, but it's just something about whenever our team meets Gamelord, the games are so close and so tense, and you feel like you have to, play 110% to stand a chance. So it's always really exciting to play against them for that reason and have these really high caliber games.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really looking forward to that game. And I want to ask you this. Up until now, in the WREC, you've won every single game. So all 2-0s. And a lot of the games were won pretty convincingly. So are you 100% confident, like, as WREC, with the new roster, you know, with SC7 and Random and Doom in the ADC, are you guys 100% confident now? Or do you still feel that you guys have a better team still coming after more practice?
No, I definitely feel like we have such a long way to go. I mean, I think, we have really talented players and everybody's really flexible in champion pools as well, which I think is a big thing. And it enables us to play and focus and learn so many different styles. So I think the depth of our team is honestly pretty limitless because we can just play like almost anything, it feels like. But we're always willing to push ourselves and draft and play style. I think we honestly have even more to grow. And as metas change, I think we'll be one of the teams that are really good at, finding new picks and sticking to new things. But I definitely don't feel like we've reached our peak at all. And I think we, throughout the rest of the year, we'll have even more growth to show.
Oh, that's so great, Tur. Thank you so much for the interview. I wish you the best of luck in the tournament. I'll be seeing you after winning against Game Lord as well here. And yeah,
hope so.
And stress to finish it off. Yeah.
Always great to hear from Snitch, and always gives really in-depth answers as well. I love like hearing about the expectation from Don, and to be honest, that was kind of our estimation. Like we see the Morgana, we're like, oh, Don doesn't play Morgana. Like what's that? So really interesting to hear how, in a way, WREC really prepared for the series and knew the playstyle they were playing up against and had a strategy against it. But then on the fly, can adjust like a top team and say, okay, it's not what we expected, it's not what we prepared, but we know how to play it out from here and actually to fight back. So really interesting second game of that series. And we have to crown an MVP. Snitch, I'm sorry, it's not you. You did a brilliant performance in game 1 on Gragas, a good performance in game 2 on Renekton, but I think there was only really one player that we could look at when it comes to that MVP, and that is going to be SC7. I'm going to just jump the gun on who is going to be SC7 playing at a jungle. I think he's really settled in to this playstyle that WREC have been bringing to the dance.
Yeah, like we kind of mentioned before this series, SC7 took a little bit of the time to kind of adapt to the WREC/GG playstyle, but now they've had a lot more time to prepare. They've had this week as well. They've been practicing behind the scenes as well, picking up these different picks as well, like Riven in the jungle. He was completely dominant in that first game, and even with the Graves as well in the second game, he was rotating around the map. He baited as well the members of Formulation right at the end here, being able to just dash around, use his aggressive playstyle to kind of catch Formulation off guard. And I'm really excited to see the showdown match of WREC/GG as well between Game Lord, the two junglers as well, Zefter and SC7. It's going to be an amazing series, and I just can't wait to get that one started next week.
So many storylines. Lonely Kid against Random, Zefter SC7, mid lane, you've got Snitch going up against Riz, you've got Redemption, you've got Doom, you've got Hester, you've got Clue. Oh, it's all so good. Hell's is going to join us because there's too much interesting stuff for us to talk about with that matchup. That means our finals is set for that matchup between Game Lord and WREC. I mean, that's not the only interesting matchup for us, though. When we take a look at the bracket, I mean, our lower bracket is stacked. There's our finals, our winners' finals. So one of those teams will go to the grand final and put themselves one step away from a spot in Barcelona at the finals. Lower bracket, though, Viv against Na'Vi, Formulation versus Queso. Both are great matches, but Hells, is there one that you think sticks out?
I mean, after seeing Formulation play today, not really. Every single match is going to be amazing. We know Na'Vi Viv Esports is going to be an amazing one because we saw what Viv Esports can do by playing against Game Lord. But then the other one as well, Formulation Gaming, incredibly powerful. And I'm sure they're going to be doing pretty good against some of the other teams as well. So every single match is going to be good. Obviously, WREC against Game Lord is going to be the main match, right? But I think every single one is going to be a banger from now on.
Yeah, one update to the graphic you just saw on screen. We've got tomorrow's games coming up. It's not WREC versus Queso. I made the graphic. Don't worry. I was just putting my Formulation prediction in there. It's going to be Formulation versus Queso in the lower bracket. It's actually going to be, as you said, WREC versus Game Lord in our upper bracket finals. That's one heck of a series. We have two good series coming tomorrow. We had two good series today. Even though the second series was a 2-0. Formulation showing that different side of themselves. Like, Stuart, you and I think we're on the same page when it was like Formulation, they're going to win this game and it's going to go to game 3.
we were both on the same wavelength, you know, and I think Snitch and Rix were kind of on the same wavelength as well. When you're thinking about the picks for Formulation and the Don in the mid lane, again, I kind of expected Formulation to bring out something new, and that's a great thing about the team as well. It's going to be really interesting when they come up against Team Queso as well. I think the lower bracket games are going to be very, very close. They're going to be coming tomorrow. But yeah, the upper bracket final, we like to call it really the El Clasico in Wild Rift. Both these teams have played against each other so much, and that game is just going to be probably one of the best in the entire tournament, probably the top 2 teams as well in the tournament. But yeah, lower bracket tomorrow. We're going to say goodbye to 2 more teams as well, which is going to be really harsh to see 2 of these teams kind of leave the tournament tomorrow.
It will, but there's only 1 spot in Barcelona up for grabs. That means we need to whittle these last 6 teams down even further. Thank you very much for joining us. I will not be on the broadcast tomorrow. It'll be Scoundrel helming the ship for more exciting games. I'm kind of jealous. There's 2 great series tomorrow that I wish I was here for, but I've been Stress, joined by Stuart and Hell's Devil. We will catch you on tomorrow's broadcast for 2 more important series of WREC. We'll see you then.